Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 8th International Forum on Housing and Urban Finance. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lee Joo-hee, and it is a great pleasure and honor to be leading you through today's program. In order to comply with government guidelines and ensure the safety of all of our participants, this year's forum is being held in a hybrid format. We have participants joining us here at the venue as well as virtually through our website and the official YouTube channel of the Korea Housing and Urban Guarantee Corporation, HUF2021. Once again, on behalf of our host, I would like to thank everyone who is joining us, and I hope you will find this year's forum professionally rewarding and enjoyable. And now to kick off the opening ceremony of the 8th International Forum on Housing and Urban Finance, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure and honor to now invite No Hyung-wook, Minister of the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport, to the stage to deliver his opening remarks. Please join me in welcoming the Honorable Minister to the stage with a very warm round of applause.
Good to see you all. I'm going to wear off my mask. This year marks the 8th International Forum on Housing and Urban Finance. I'd like to congratulate on hosting this event, and I also thank everyone who attends this forum. Now, with the start of the Living with COVID-19 policy, people are expecting for returning to the normal life. So I think it is an opportune time to hold this forum to discuss on housing and urban finance in this post-COVID era. The Honorable Lee Hyun-seung, Chairman of the Land, Infrastructure and Transport Committee, and the Honorable Song Seok-jun from the National Assembly are here with us today. Thank you very much. And also, the HUG has been making a lot of effort to host this event, so I want to thank the CEO of HUG. And my thanks go to the keynote speaker, Professor Edward Glaser from Harvard University. And many presenters are ready who will share good practice with us. Mr. Ben Winter, Deputy Assistant Secretary of Department of Housing and Urban Development, and Mr. Chan Kun-hin, Chairman of the Center for Livable Cities from Singapore, Mr. Joseph Wui, Professor, National University of Singapore's Professor. Thank you very much. Also, Professor Kim Kyung-hwan from Seogang University and Professor Jo Man from KDI School of Public Policy and Management. And panelists who are here with us, thank you very much. As you know well, we are experiencing the COVID-19 for 2 years, and it is affecting not just society and culture, and economy, and it is affecting how we act and how we think. And it is no exception to the housing market. Now we are seeing the untapped activities as a new normal life, and the demand for housing is concentrating on urban areas. Not just cities, across the country, we are seeing the growing demand for compact, dense housing areas. And in the efforts to recover from COVID-19, the low interest rates and a massive liquidity, and as a resultant of rising housing prices and rents, are affecting us, and most disproportionately those who do not have home and renters. So they are experiencing a great burden, and also it is increasing the gap between the haves and have-nots. And so many people are feeling the isolation from society. And someday, the liquidity will be withdrawn from the market. So we have to be ready for that post-COVID era, and the interest will go up, and we'll see the tapering measures. So it will be very worrisome. So in this post-COVID-19, we have to think about the future housing policy. At the government level, we are facing the reality and we are making every effort to solve the current issues. First of all, to provide quality rental housing units, it is a big task. And last year, for the first time, we have reached our goal, which is the 8th rank in the OECD companies and when it comes to the housing stock of rental housings. So not just the quantitative term, we also have the qualitative goals to be met. But the rising home prices is making it hard to purchase homes. So we have to stabilize the market prices. So many people do not have a big seed money to purchase homes. So when paying the 20% of down payment, then it could be the installments like the regular savings. So that kind of measure can be considered, or the home ownership that is mixed with the rental pricing mechanism can be also an alternative. So we have to think about how to help those with low-income families, which may include the rental assistance, and we also have to provide more compact mechanism that provides support to people in the vulnerable groups. So in the discussions, we will hear from the cases from the United States, and the government in the United States is implementing affordable housing price policy. And I think that practice can be a good lesson for us. In Singapore, the government is making an effort to provide the public housings to people. And other than that, many countries are implementing a lot of housing welfare policies for inclusive housing. So I hope the discussions that we will have today will be shared as valuable lessons for all of us. And also, the housing problems are not just part of construction matter. It is also a financial issues regarding the liquidity. And there is a lot of constraints on finance. In that sense, we need to think about the better housing finance. So this is a very important task for us to tackle. So in this conference, we are discussing inclusive housing and housing and urban finance in post-pandemic era. I think this is a very meaningful time for us to discuss these issues and share experiences. So if we pull our wisdom together, I believe we can find a good solution. This forum marks the 8th anniversary. So every year, we have explored new topics. So we have a very fruitful discussions on this forum. So I hope this forum as well will come to a good fruition. Once again, thank you very much for your participation. Although we are still suffering from COVID-19, so this forum is conducted online and offline in a hybrid format. And I hope the next year's International Forum on Housing and Urban Finance, I hope to meet you in person and talk. Thank you very much.
Very much, Minister, for your meaningful words. I think you highlighted some of the key challenges that we will need to examine at this year's forum. So thank you. Next, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure and honor to invite Mr. Lee Hyun-sung, the chairman of the Land Infrastructure Transport Committee at the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea, to deliver his congratulatory remarks. Please join me in welcoming the chairman with a big round of applause.
여러분 대단히 반갑습니다. 대한민국
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lee Hyun-sung, Chairman of the Land Infrastructure and Transport Committee, and I'm very glad to have this opportunity to deliver congratulatory remarks at the 8th International Forum on Housing and Urban Finance. I extend my warm appreciation to Mr. Minister No Young-wook of the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport, CEO Kwon Hyung-taek of Korea Housing and Urban Guarantee Corporation, Director Kwon Jin-bong of Housing Finance Foundation, and the organizers, and the staff for holding this event in the midst of COVID-19. And my thanks also go to the respected participating scholars and experts joining this event online and offline from all across the world. Today's forum is a very meaningful venue where experts from each country share their experiences and discuss implications for the development of housing and urban finance in Korea based on those experiences. And the International Forum on Housing and Urban Finance, since its inception in 2013, with the theme of searching for the development direction of housing finance for ordinary Koreans, has grown into a global housing and urban finance forum by addressing the most timely and important issues in housing and city sector every year. This year's forum is eighth event, and it's more important than ever in that it discusses the new agenda of housing and urban finance for the post-COVID era. In the aftermath of the prolonged COVID pandemic, people's anxiety over housing is aggravating, and everyone must work together to find a solution for stabilizing the housing market. As now domestic and foreign housing and urban finance experts have gathered together in one place, I hope that today's forum will provide insight for the development of our housing and urban finance. As the chairman of the committee, I will actively listen to and closely follow up on the opinions to be presented by renowned experts. Once again, congratulations on hosting the 8th forum today, and please join us on the road to inclusive housing stability in the post-COVID era. Thank you very much.
And once again, we thank the chairman for taking time out of his busy schedule to congratulate the opening of this year's forum. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite Mr. Kwon Hyung-taek, the CEO of Korea Housing and Urban Guarantee Corporation, to the stage for his congratulatory remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good to see you all. I am Kwon Hyung-taek, CEO of Korea Housing and Urban Guarantee Corporation, or HUC. The Honorable No Young-wook, Minister of Land Infrastructure and Transport. The Honorable Lee Hyun-suk, Chairman of the Land Infrastructure and Transport Committee, and Representative Song Seok-jun, and distinguished guests who take time out of your busy schedule to attend the 8th International Forum on Housing and Urban Finance. Thank you and welcome. This forum began to discuss the housing and urban finance in response to changing housing market environment in 2013. Now it observes the 8th anniversary this year. This forum has discussed development of financing affordable housing, housing welfare, and urban regeneration finance, inclusive housing finance, in order to address new tasks to ensure housing security. Today, We will have yet another discussion on the theme of new agenda for housing and urban finance in the post-pandemic era, a timely topic concerning the current situation. With pandemic, loss of household income, rising rents, disruption in global supply chain, tapering measures included, the housing market is changing fast. Today, we will share our experiences and cases and listen to expert opinions on inclusive housing support and policy agenda. The Korea Housing and Urban Guarantee Corporation or HUG in short, is a housing and urban finance manager, has operated a range of financial instruments and loan guarantee services. Based on our experiences, we will make effort to materialize what we discussed today through policy measures and systems to have a concrete effect on housing security of people. I hope the International Forum on Housing and Urban Finance will continue to make great contribution to accumulating knowledge and policymaking as a premium platform to discuss housing and urban finance. Last but not least, I would like to thank Mr. Woo Young-hook and the Honorable Lee Hyun-suk, moderators, speakers, and panelists joining us home and abroad. Thank you.
Will continue to serve as an important platform to exchange information on market trends as well as gain insight from renowned experts. Well, ladies and gentlemen, for those of us who are here at the venue, we are now going to take a minute to take a group photo together. I would like to invite all of the VIPs who are sitting in the front to take their places on the stage for a group photo. So we are going to take a group photo and we will begin the next part of our program once we take the group photo. Thank you. 네, 조금만 더 가까이 서 주시면은요, 저희가 모든 분들이 사진에 나올 수 있을 것 같습니다. So if you could stand a little bit closer together, I think we'll be able to get everyone in the photo. 네, 그러면은 이제 정면에 있는 카메라를 보고 마스크를 쓰고 계시지만 활짝 웃어주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네, 그러면 저희가 다음 사진은요, 이제 코로나19 팬데믹의 위기를 함께 극복하자는 뜻으로 화이팅을 하면서 한번 사진을 찍어보도록 하겠습니다. So the next photo will be true Korean style. If you could clench your fist and hold up your arm, and we'll take a photo saying 화이팅. 네, 제가 화이팅을 외치도록 하겠습니다. 하나, 둘, 셋, 화이팅! 네, 여러분 큰 박수 한번 부탁드립니다. 네, 감사합니다. 네, 제8회 국제주택도시 금융포럼의 개막을 알리는 기회식이었습니다. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was the official group photograph for the opening ceremony. And we will begin with the next part of our program once everyone is seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the next part of our program is a keynote speech. The keynote speech will be delivered by Professor Edward Glaser. He is the chairman of the Economics Department at Harvard University. And the title of his keynote speech today is Survival of the City, Living and Thriving in an Age of Isolation. He has sent us a video. Why don't we take a look together?
Hello, I'm Ed Glaser. And I'm so happy to have the chance to talk with you today. I am very grateful to our host, the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport, for inviting me to be part of this amazing 8th International Forum on Housing and Urban Form. It is such a special time for cities, such an important time. And I think for that reason, events like this are more vital than ever. Hello, I'm Ed Glazer, and I'm delighted to have a chance to talk to you about my new book, Survival of the City, Living and Thriving in an Age of Isolation. If I were giving this talk 2 years ago, I would start with a figure like this, that emphasizes just how remarkable the success of cities has been in the 21st century. Each one of these dots represents 1/10 of America's counties. And I have ordered those counties on the basis of their density level, people per square kilometer, because at their heart, cities are the absence of physical space between people. Cities are density, they are proximity, they are closeness. What the bottom line shows is the relationship between density and earnings. The densest 10th of America's counties have earnings that are 50% higher than the least dense half of America's counties. We are a social species that becomes more productive and more knowledgeable when we are enmeshed in a maelstrom of economic activity. And I cannot think of any city that so symbolizes that as Seoul, which is a city that does all that you could want in terms of hypercharging human creativity and human productivity. Economists call the link between income and density, we call that agglomeration economies. And it's one of the fundamental facts of the 21st century. The red line shows perhaps the more surprising fact, which is the relationship between population change between 2000 and 2010 at initial population density levels. So whereas Americans at the start of the 19th century were leaving their dense enclaves on the eastern seaboard to populate the empty spaces between the oceans, at the start of the 21st century, at least until COVID struck, we were spreading out, not clustering in. And of course, accompanying those high incomes and the migration are high housing prices. This also reflects the fact that cities are places of remarkable pleasure as well as productivity. This is an image of London, which has been a city known for its urban joys for centuries. And the map shows the ratio of housing prices to income across England. And you can see the dense blue areas in the south east of England, the areas around London, have huge ratios of prices to income, reflecting the fact that people are willing to pay a great deal more to live there, even holding their incomes constant. And of course, as you look across the world, there is a remarkable relationship between initial urbanization in 1960 and subsequent income growth between 1960 and 2010. And so these are countries that were poor in 1960, and you can see Korea was one of them. But the places that had started out with an urban edge, they saw their per capita incomes grow more quickly. This does not mean that everyone needs to live in a city at all. But it is true that when we think about growing a country out of poverty, I know of no pathway to prosperity that does not run through city streets. It's also true that when we look at differences in happiness between urban and rural areas, and you can see here, each one of these dots reflects a country, and it's the difference between urban happiness and rural happiness. If the dot is positive, it means that the city dwellers are happier. If the dot is negative, it means that the rural dwellers, the farmers, are happier. You can see in wealthy countries, there's very little difference between them. Some countries like Italy and New Zealand, the people who live in the farms are happier. Some people like Sweden and the United Kingdom, the people who live in cities are happier. But in the poorest countries of the world, despite the pain of slums, despite the pain of favelas, of townships, right? You can see in South Africa and India and Mali and Ghana, Moldova, Rwanda, the urbanites are much, much happier. And so even though these slums are difficult, there is no future in rural poverty. Cities present the best hope for humankind. Or at least they did before pandemic returned. Now, contagious disease is an old companion of urban life. We have been having urban pandemics for at least the past 2,500 years. The first well-documented urban pandemic occurred in Athens in 430 BCE. Now, that city, 500 years before the Common Era, was a capital of creativity. It was a place where genius connected with each other that gave us unbelievable breakthroughs. including the invention of history itself, at least in the West, incredible things happening in architecture, in art, in drama, in philosophy, in mathematics. It's a place in which democracy itself had emerged, and it had enjoyed enormous economic and military successes in the 5th century. Now, the very success of Athens excited the rivalry of its non-urban, military powerhouse neighbor of Sparta. By 431 BCE, a conflict was on. Now, the Athenians had a cunning plan, which was to bring back all of their citizens and all of their allies behind the walls of the great city and trust to those walls to keep out the Spartan warriors, and then send forth the Athenian fleet to harass the Peloponnesian coastline. Yet while that strategy was sound militarily, walls that keep out a Spartan warrior may not keep out a bacteria. They may not keep out a virus. And so it was that disease came to Athens in 430 BCE. It came in through the port of Piraeus. Cities remain vulnerable to disease because they are the nodes on our global lattice of travel and trade. They are the ports of entry for goods, for people, and for diseases. The plague then spread throughout Athens because the very density of city enables diseases to spread quickly across people. Perhaps 1/4 of Athens' population died over the next 2 years, a death rate 100-fold higher than experienced in New York City from COVID. Now, it wasn't just that the city died, it was the city went amok. People lived for the day because they did not expect to see tomorrow. Thucydides, one of the two fathers of history, was there and describes the chaos. Now, Athens would soldier on. It would continue to fight Sparta for another 25 years. But in a sense, the glory of the city was dimmed forever. Athens' golden moment was over because of the disease. Now, there's a lesson here, and it's a lesson that will be repeated over and over again, which is if a disease strikes at a moment of peril, at a moment of otherwise, risk, then the disease is likely to do far more damage than if it strikes a stable and strong society. And so when disease came to Rome 500 years later, during the time when the emperors were at their most stable, it killed a huge number of people, but it didn't destabilize the emperor. A century after that, and then 4 centuries after that, it would come again. And it would be the ultimate force that ended the Roman era in the West and that plunged the West into centuries of darkness, centuries of rural poverty, centuries of warfare. Now, for much of the past 600 years, our cities have been relatively pandemic-proof. Oh, they have had people die. They died in enormous ways. But the cities have continued to grow and they've continued to thrive, partially because they made the investments that were needed to protect them. The 19th century was an early era of globalization, and disease traveled along the trade routes. In the early 19th century, it was yellow fever, a mosquito-borne illness that came out of Africa, then came up through the Caribbean and came to the cities of the Eastern Seaboard during the early decades of the 18th century, and then again into the 19th century. You can see these death rates were about 30 per 1,000. That's a death rate that's about 10 times what COVID-19 did. Then cholera emerges in the Ganges Delta in India in 1817. It travels along with the British Army. It travels along with the Russian Army, and it makes its way west, slaughtering as it goes. In this case, as many as 50 people died per 1,000. That's about 20 times the death rates from COVID. And yet New York City continued to grow. It continued to grow because the city invested in things like the Croton Aqueduct, in things like its sewers, in things like Central Park. In some sense, this was a hinge of history where governments stopped to be solely agents of death, and in cities that made investments to protect the lives of their citizens against pandemic, they became agents of life. This was very expensive. America's cities and towns were spending as much on clean water at the start of the 20th century as our national government was spending on everything except for the post office and the army. And yet these are investments that were worth it, just as the investments of the future that we must make to ensure that COVID-19 is one of a kind, that we do not have another pandemic like this anytime soon. Those investments will also be worth it. Now, because of those investments, for 100 years since the influenza pandemic of 1918-1919, we've enjoyed a remarkably disease-free century. And then all of a sudden, in early 2020, it started again. This is a map of death rates as of April 30th, 2020, across the US. You can see there, it is urban. It is urban because the tourists, because the travelers who brought COVID-19 into the US came in through cities like New York. They came to cities like Boston, New Orleans, Atlanta, Detroit. And you can see those red spots there. This was initially a very urban plague because they are ports of entry. It also was an urban plague, particular in places of poverty where there is no social distancing, like an Indian slum. And you can see here the relationship between COVID-19 and the share of the population living in slums in India. The remarkable serological work, blood work, of Anup Malani shows that by July 2020, more than 50%, more than one half of the inhabitants of Mumbai slums had already gotten COVID-19. Remarkably, they didn't die because they were young and because they were thin. Their poverty, in a sense, preserved them. By November 2020, the disease had gone everywhere because an airborne pandemic really doesn't stick to city streets. It was in the Dakotas, and over the last 2 years, it has come and gone, and it has been as much a thing of the farm as it has been of the city streets. Indeed, in our dense cities, death rates have been lower, disease rates have been lower in areas that are the most dense, in areas that have the tallest skyscrapers. So this shows cases per capita. This would be about June 2020, all in. You can see here, if you know New York City, this is Manhattan in the center of New York. This is where the tall buildings are. This is Brooklyn Heights. This is again tall. Now, if you go to the outer boroughs, the Bronx, Queens, Staten Island, that's where the densities are lowest. And yet, this is the area where the cases were highest. It was not tall buildings that spread the disease. It was mobility. It is somewhat amazing that this is the first pandemic in history where we actually can see how people moved because of the cell phones that are so ubiquitous and because of companies like SafeGraph that have made cell phone mobility data available. But you can see that it was in the dense core of the city that you had the largest behavioral response, that you had the largest reduction in the number of trips. And that's why you had the least amount of COVID. We estimate that a 10% reduction in the number of trips was associated with a 20% reduction in the COVID case rate. Of course, these New Yorkers in the dense towers weren't smarter. They weren't more health conscious. They were luckier. They were richer. They were in industries that enabled them to use remote working tools, that enabled them to telework. And they weren't in industries like hospitals or working in groceries or pharmacies, which were deemed essential, where they had to come into work. Now, in some sense, this is particularly dangerous, the COVID pandemic, for the cities of America because of the pre-existing problems that face cities, because we were already vulnerable. We were already vulnerable because the benefits of urban life were accruing to a remarkably small sliver of society, because cities were bringing productivity but not mobility, because cities were becoming excessively unaffordable, because cities were not open to people in the tough areas in the heartland, and because of the unhappiness over policing and incarceration. On the left-hand side shows the relationship between productivity and density. On the right-hand side, you see upward mobility. This is how rich poor children end up being based on how dense their cities are. And you can see that children who grow up in dense areas are less likely to end up being successful in the US. This is mostly a feature of our schools, mostly a feature of the fact that America's central city schools fail children. This shows our housing crisis. Along the horizontal axis is the amount of new housing construction, the amount of permitting between 2000 and 2013 as a share of the housing stock. Along the vertical axis is the relationship between housing prices and housing costs. And so what this shows is the places that are expensive don't build. The places that are build enough are not expensive. There is no repealing the laws of supply and demand. If you have an attractive city that brings in people, that brings in businesses, and you do not allow enough building, you risk creating a town that is affordable only to the wealthy. In the US, we've allowed our cities to be taken over by insiders who restrict building, who restrict new businesses, and that makes it very hard for outsiders to build the city of the future, to build a city for everyone. And this shows the persistence of joblessness across American regions. There are places where, 30 years later, there's been no diminution of the economic dysfunction, and people can't leave because they can't afford to move to Silicon Valley, because they can't afford to move to New York. And of course, while it is a triumph that America's cities are much safer than they were in the 1980s, we have only created this safety by locking up millions of young men and by harassing millions of others. And so we need to make sure that our cities remain safe, but to do so in a way that respects more people's rights. This is the challenge that we face ahead as we deal with a shock that was not just a shock to our health, it was also a shock to our economy. In some sense, the way our economies have evolved, it has made us more vulnerable to this type of pandemic. If you go back to the Middle Ages, right, to an age of subsistence agriculture, where everyone was a farmer, the Black Death was a demographic catastrophe. Perhaps 1/3 of Europe died, but those who were left were richer because the wealth in an agricultural economy is about the amount of land per person. And if a lot of people die, there's more land left over for the people who survive. In an industrial economy, like the one of 1918, 1919 that greeted the influenza pandemic, it was an economic dislocation to have a pandemic, but it didn't permanently disrupt the business model, right? People still bought cars and refrigerators after the pandemic, just as they bought durable goods today during our pandemic. Flash forward 100 years, when automation and outsourcing made those factory jobs disappear, less skilled Americans moved into the urban service sectors, retail trade, leisure and hospitality, jobs in which the ability to serve a cappuccino with a smile provided an employment safe haven in an era of automation. And yet those jobs can disappear in a heartbeat when that smile turns into a source of peril rather than a source of pleasure. And so we had enormous economic dislocation, and we still have enormous dislocation of our cities. While overall Americans have gone back to work, in our dense office towers, vacancy rates are still astounding, right? And this shows just the decline in the share of people coming to these buildings that use the castle access control system. These are very large declines in office occupancies, right? And this has led many people to ask, are our downtowns dead? Will Zoom, will telework, will remote connections cause face-to-face contact in the cities that enable that contact to disappear? I think that that's wrong. Cities are always shaped by centripetal technologies like the skyscraper and the streetcar and the steam engine, which pulled people towards cities in the 19th century, and centrifugal technologies like cars and radios and TVs that enabled people to leave cities in the mid-20th century. These technologies led people like the great futurist Alvin Toffler to ask, well, if cars and highways killed off urban industry, then, why won't these forms of technology, why wouldn't they kill off urban offices? Why wouldn't they kill off urban information industries? Toffler asked this question in 1980, and for 40 years, he was completely and totally wrong. And then all of a sudden, we were all remote working because of Zoom. And so many people have asked, is this going to be some new change? Will our offices never come back? Now, first, we have to ask, why didn't information technology kill face-to-face contact beforehand? And I think the reason is that what globalization and new technologies did is they radically increased the returns to being smart. They radically increased the returns to innovation. And we are a social species that becomes smart by being around other smart people. This is an image, the green image is an image of the Google campus. And, Google, which should have had access to the most long-distance work tools of all prior to COVID-19, right? Did it send its workers home? Did it do mostly remote work? No. It bought the Googleplex. It bought 1.5 million feet in downtown Manhattan. It did everything it could to get its knowledge workers right next to each other, because that's how creativity works. This is the Wallace office at Michael Bloomberg City Hall, which is based on the Salomon Brothers trading floor. Now, trading floors of financial firms are an example of how in industries in which knowledge is really valuable, right, like finance, proximity is really valuable too. And if you think about it, as the world becomes more complicated, the easier it is for ideas to get lost in translation, which means it is even more important to be in the same room with one another, which is why it's so sad that I'm not in the same room with you right now. Anyone who's ever taught knows the hard part about teaching is not knowing your subject material. It's knowing whether or not anything is getting through to your audience. And that is so hard to do when you don't see your audience. This just shows the relationship before COVID between density and income in New York. Many times more productive in the most dense areas. This shows the relationship between skills and per capita GDP, which got stronger over time. It's those skilled cities that came by. This is what economists call human capital externalities. And this shows the relationship between skills and population growth. This shows the rise of joblessness in low-density parts of America. Before COVID, I was confident that less skilled Americans would find jobs in places like New York, in the great urban service sectors, but I didn't know what they would do in places like West Virginia or in places like Mississippi, and I still really don't. I still really don't think that we have a model for less skilled workers in low-density parts of America. Now, what about high-density parts of America? What about the experience of remote working? Now, first of all, we've learned that there are many jobs that we can do remotely. Yet despite that fact, right, we also know that when we go remote, we lose things like the ability to learn. There are two important studies, one older and much more important, by Nick Bloom of Stanford University. The other is by Natalia Emanuel and Emma Harrington of Harvard, now of different places, but they were at Harvard when they did this. Both of them look at remote call center workers. These are people who man the phones when there are complaints, or they man the phones to book travel bookings. Both studies find roughly the same thing. No loss in productivity from going remote, but going remote roughly halves the chance of being promoted. And you can see this here. The blue line is on-site. The pink line is going remote. Being promoted to an upper-level worker. What does an upper-level worker mean? Well, it means you get to handle the difficult calls. How would you learn to handle the difficult calls if you were remote? How would your boss learn that you were any good at handling them? Going remote shuts down the learning channel that is so particularly crucial. Second example, this work looks at both employment, which is in red, and postings. These are new hiring advertisements that are online. The left-hand side shows jobs that have to be done live. Employment and postings both drop dramatically when COVID starts, and then they come back, both of them. Remotable jobs, jobs that can be done long distance, those jobs, which include all of computer programmers or most knowledge workers, employment was steady, but new postings plummeted. So while Microsoft tells us that its programmers are perfectly productive when they're at home, new advertisers for programmers declines by 40% over the time of COVID, because firms are not willing to try and onboard new workers who they never will see live. They can't teach them what they need to succeed. They can't teach them the corporate culture. And so this learning channel is shut down. And so we've seen this even more extremely in the school experience, where remote learning, particularly for younger children, is somewhere between useless and detrimental. And of course, if you imagine a world of remote working, you're imagining a world that has left less skilled people completely behind. You're imagining a world that is far more unequal than the world that we had beforehand. This just shows you the relationship between Zoom and education. Those Americans with less than a high school degree, only 5% of them were remote working during May 2020, which is the high point of remote work. By contrast, Americans with an advanced degree, 68.9% of them were remote working. This was not a thing for everyone. This is a thing for lucky people, many of whom, like us, had the ability to get by based on our skills, based on our knowledge, not based on what we do with our hands. Now, I don't think that Zoom or remote work is irrelevant. I think hybrid work is going to be permanent. I think business travel will be permanently down. And I think cities are going to need to compete even more fiercely for global talent. And so just as before, right, quality of life strategy, making your city attractive for talented people, is economic development strategy, because successful cities earn economic success by attracting and training smart people and then getting out of their way. Going forward, I think everything depends upon the medical response. If the shock doesn't end quickly, if we've got many more years of this, cities will continue to suffer. However, once this ends, there will still be changes to urban life. Commercial space, office buildings will be more vulnerable than residential buildings in the US. That will show up primarily in lower prices once we're past this health crisis, not vacancies, but in places where prices were already low, where demand was already weak, vacancies may rise. Cities will reallocate from the old, who are scared and who need to learn less, to the young, who are desperate to learn and desperate to connect to other human people. And of course, because global talent has just gotten more mobile, while there's a dire need to help the urban disadvantaged, urban governments need to up their game. We need to have smarter government rather than worrying about more or less government. We need to have fewer regulations that bind small businesses or builders, and we need a constant need to experiment and evaluate. But let me just end on a note of hope. Cities have been through worse. This is Berlin in 1945 and today. Cities have survived bombing. Cities have survived pandemics of the past. They are remarkably resilient things because they are humanity's greatest invention. They are the invention that enables us to be our most human, because we are our most human when we are around other people, when we take advantage of other people's talents, and when we take advantage of learning from other people. I believe that throughout our history, miracles have happened in cities because people have worked together. And I believe very strongly that the age of urban miracles is not over. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Glazer, for that very insightful and captivating speech. I think he had everyone's full attention online and offline. So once again, thank you very much, Professor Glazer. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a short coffee break here at the venue. We're going to take a 50-minute coffee break. Coffee will be served in the lobby, and I hope that everyone who is joining us online will continue to join us in the future for our first session. Thank you. 네, 잠시 후 제1세션을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 참가자 여러분께서는 모두 행사
Ladies and gentlemen, please come to the hall and take your seat. The first session will begin shortly, and for the courtesy of others, please turn your cell phone into vibration mode or turn off your cell phone. The simultaneous interpretation is provided, channel 1 for Korean, channel 2 for English.
the first session momentarily. I would like to kindly ask all of the participants to proceed to the conference hall and to take their seats. Once again, as a courtesy to the other participants, we kindly remind you to turn off your mobile phones or switch it to the silent mode. Simultaneous interpretation is being provided. For Korean, please turn to channel 1, and for English, please turn to channel 2. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the coffee break. We're now going to begin the first session for this year's forum, which is titled Support Measures for Inclusive Housing in Response to a Changing Housing Market. We have three speakers joining us. The first speaker is joining us online through the Zoom platform. The first speaker is Mr. Ben Winter, the Deputy Assistant Secretary at the U.S. Housing and Urban Development. So let's see if he is connected to us. And he's also joining us from, I understand, East Coast in the U.S., and it's quite late in the evening there. So Mr. Winters will be not joining us for the panel discussion, but instead he will take questions after his presentation today. All right, let's see if Mr. Winter is joining us. Mr. Winter, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. So if you're ready, please begin your presentation.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much for having me tonight. I'm actually on the West Coast in the city of Los Angeles, so it's not as late as the East Coast, but nevertheless, I'm happy to join here today. It is really an honor to be here to represent the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. I think that sharing knowledge across borders is so important because it can really help us build an inclusive and sustainable future for our planet, one where people of all backgrounds can find opportunity in productive and connected metropolitan areas. So on behalf of our secretary, Marsha Fudge at HUD, thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk about strategies for increasing the supply of affordable housing. I'd also like to thank our counterpart, the Korean Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, and Transport, for our very productive partnership over the years through our bilateral memorandum of understanding. And I look forward to working with you in years to come. So for tonight's presentation, we're going to start off with some context setting. We're going to talk about housing market conditions in the US, and then the general role that the federal government plays in supporting the expansion of affordable housing and how that interacts with the private sector and local government. Then I'm going to give some highlights of a bold new proposal for scaling up the federal government's investment in housing here in the United States. And then we'll end with two examples of how this all comes together in the local level And I'm going to choose the city of Los Angeles because that's where I'm zooming in from. That is where my home is. So let's get started with this simple chart showing how housing supply has failed to meet market demand in the US. Over the last decade here, the US has permitted on average about 1 million homes per year, which is about 50% less than the previous decade. Between 1970 and 79, the US was producing on average about 8 homes for every 1,000 residents. That fell to about 3 homes per 1,000 residents in the last decade. And there was a lot of variation across the country. In California, where I am today, that was only 2 homes, and even less in New York. Texas was up to 5 homes per 1,000 units, still below the 70s. So that persistent supply shortage has shown up in dramatic increases in home sales prices in recent years, especially during the pandemic, surpassing the peak right before the foreclosure crisis and the Great Recession. And it has also shown up in the rental market as well, where in 2020, 11 million families paid more than half of their income on rent. That leaves very little for other essential needs like healthcare, food, and education. Now, we have been experiencing a chronic shortage of affordable and available housing in every state of the US for the lowest income renters for decades, which I think is the best rationale for increased federal housing investment from the federal government. Today, we have about 7.8 million very low income renter households that have what we call worst case needs. They pay more than half of their income on rent, or they live in severely inadequate housing units without plumbing or kitchen, and they don't have rental assistance. And then on top of that, we have 580,000 people who experience homelessness on any given night in the country. Overall, there are only 40 affordable and available rental units for the lowest income Americans, and that varies by region. Out here in the West, it is only 28 units. So on my office's website, huduser.gov, you can download this biannual report along with the underlying survey data from the U.S. Census Bureau called the American Housing Survey. This is a rich survey on U.S. housing markets that we've been administering for over 50 years. So all the researchers out there highly recommend the read. So while the shortage of housing for the lowest income households is consistent across the nation, we see larger shortages of housing for all households in the coastal markets and other highly productive metropolitan areas, which researchers have correlated with restrictive land use policies in those areas. To illustrate that, I included these pair of maps from Harvard's Joint Center for Housing Studies. You'll see increased housing cost burden here in the coastal areas correlated with increased land values as well. The final aspect of the US housing market that I'd like to leave you with is that not everybody is experiencing challenges in the same way in this country. Here, there is a significant disparity of housing outcomes by race and ethnicity. Take the homeownership gap, for instance, which is larger today than it was back in the 1960s when we passed the historic civil rights and fair housing legislation. We also see in the chart over here on the right that Black and Hispanic households are more than twice as likely to have worst case housing needs than white households. And we see elevated needs for Native Americans and other racial minorities as well. And unfortunately, the pandemic has only exacerbated those inequalities, during which Black renters were almost 3 times as likely than white renters to be behind on rent during the pandemic and fear eviction. And that's coming from new data from the census's Pulse data, another great data set for the researchers to dig into if you want. So these racial disparities, they are linked to a history of discriminatory housing policies from the federal and local levels. For instance, earlier policies promoted racial segregation by limiting access to credit in minority neighborhoods. as demonstrated by this 1930s map from the old Homeowners Loan Corp that used race and class in their assessment of default risk in mortgages. Meanwhile, urban renewal programs in the 50s and 60s, like those shown here from Oakland, they led to major disruptions of inner city neighborhoods, oftentimes reducing the housing stock in urban cores, pushing people of color and lower income households further into racially concentrated neighborhoods of poverty. This legacy of discriminatory policies has really led to compounding effects in the US housing market over the decades, which is why the Biden-Harris administration is so focused on centering housing justice and equity in its economic recovery plan that we're going to talk about in a second. So what do we do to fix all of this? How does the government here intervene and partner with the private sector? Well, let's first start by giving a quick high overview of the role of each sector. The federal government is really the primary responsible entity for funding the programs that form the basis of our housing safety net. That safety net is a mix of dozens of programs that fund demand-side programs to households or supply-side interventions that really increase the supply of housing. On the demand side, HUD, my agency, we support more than 5.4 million households through different rental assistance programs. And the demand side funding can go directly to housing providers, or it can reach households through state and local agencies. We also have smaller programs tailored to specific vulnerable populations like people experiencing homelessness, older adults, or those living with HIV or AIDS. On the supply side interventions of the housing safety net, we also have the low-income housing tax credit program from the Treasury Department that subsidizes private investment in the construction of new multifamily housing. And we also provide block grants to states and local governments that are used to finance new affordable housing development. So the second big role that the federal government has is to provide liquidity in the capital markets, to promote home ownership and lower the cost of capital to create affordable housing. And in that space, we have three really big tools. The first one is the Federal Housing Administration that provides government guarantees for mortgages to increase home ownership opportunities for underserved borrowers. And a fun fact for that, FHA is the largest insurer of mortgages in the world, having insured over 34 million properties since it began in 1934. Second tool here in the liquidity bucket is Ginnie Mae, that guarantees payment on mortgage-backed securities of federally insured loans from FHA and other agencies. This entity really helps bring global capital into the US housing market from new investors from all over the world, including from Korea. And finally, number three, we have the government-sponsored enterprises that establish a secondary mortgage market for non-federally insured mortgages. The third role of the federal government is really responsible for enforcing our nation's civil rights, our fair housing and consumer protection laws. At HUD, my agency, our Office of Fair Housing Enforcement, they're the ones responsible for enforcing these laws and breaking down that legacy of discriminatory practices that we talked about just before. So there's a big role of the federal government here to play in local housing markets, but our authorities at the federal government are pretty limited. And we rely on state and local governments to further refine and administer the safety net programs to fit the needs of their communities. And they're also responsible for developing all of the different land use laws and the landlord and tenant laws as well, which have significant impacts on housing production, affordability, and stability across US markets. And of course, the private sector is also very important here in the US. Our safety net programs rely on the private sector to build housing and to deliver services by piecing together all of these different federal funding streams and leveraging it with private sector investment. And then we also have a very robust philanthropic sector in the United States They're behind the scenes helping innovate programs and building the capacity of the nonprofit sector. Now, the agency where I work, HUD, we are really at the center of the federal government's response to our housing crisis. We have multiple offices that form the bedrock of the federal role that we just discussed, with an annual budget of around $44 to $60 billion, depending on the year. And the majority of that is actually going to the demand side subsidies that we talked about 75%. Only about 20% of those subsidies in our budget are going to the capital programs that are promoting the expansion of affordable housing. And just 5% are devoted to other initiatives like the fair housing responsibilities, which we talked about. So to put that into perspective, the OECD analyzed how much nations are spending on housing allowances as a percentage of their GDP and found that the US is right about in the middle here. So that was before the Biden-Harris administration came into the picture, which has made housing and equity core pillars of its plans to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic and to help us achieve a more equitable and sustainable future. So we started off the administration with the American Rescue Plan to help us push through the worst months of the pandemic, which was right on the heels of the CARES Act and more emergency funding from the 21 federal appropriations bill. Together, those three acts of Congress brought in $76 billion of incremental funding for the housing and homelessness safety net across the country. That's already paid out to states, local, and tribal governments and other providers. So that Build Back Better plan that was recently passed by the House would double down on that early down payment if it's passed by the Senate. And Build Back Better would invest about $150 billion in HUD programs, coupled with more funding from rural housing and tax credit programs at the Treasury Department. And if passed, this would really be the largest investment for affordable housing in U.S. history. All in, the proposal would build or preserve more than 1 million affordable homes and would retrofit our country's housing stock to be more energy efficient, climate resilient, and healthy. Build Back Better would also address our nation's long-standing capital backlog in our public housing stock, where nearly half of the buildings are now more than 50 years old and many contain lead, mold, and other health hazards and lack important amenities that provide economic opportunity for the residents. The initiative meets long-standing needs in tribal nations across our country. It enhances energy efficiency and resilience in the older stock of affordable multifamily housing, and it provides new rental assistance contracts and tax credits that can help leverage the private sector to build more affordable housing. Build Back Better also would expand all the different demand side subsidies that I just talked about through the tenant-based vouchers and homeowner assistance programs. Those can be paired with the capital programs to expand the supply of affordable housing even more. And Build Back Better also provides new community development programs for lower income communities, including new programs that support shared equity and community land trust models in gentrifying neighborhoods. So lastly, the Build Back Better program would invest in new grants to remove regulatory barriers at the local level that would reverse exclusionary zoning policies that have locked families out of opportunities for generations. And that is a good transition to the kinds of policies that local governments can advance to promote housing in the US. On our website at huduser.gov, you can find reports and analyses that highlight some of the best practices for local governments to take action, many of which the Build Back Better zoning program would seek to fund if it was passed. So for instance, local communities can examine upzoning to promote more transit-oriented development that creates more development capacity near transit nodes and promotes more sustainable living patterns that results in lower greenhouse gas emissions and ease supply constraints at the same time. Cities can implement new inclusionary zoning programs that provide greater density and other incentives to subsidize affordable units on site. I believe Korea has a similar program like that nationally. And there's also a growing interest in allowing more what we call gentle density or missing middle housing that is really helping transition single family zoning into more form-based zoning that allows for triplexes and smaller multifamily developments that maintain a more human neighborhood scale to it. And finally, communities could examine their local tax structures to make sure they're appropriately incentivizing the most productive land use forms in their communities. So to show how all these local land use policies can play out in real life, let's examine the city of Los Angeles's Transit-Oriented Communities Program, which was a community-driven ballot initiative that voters approved back in 2016 that allowed the city to dramatically increase its development incentive program around transit. Neighborhoods that have higher quality levels of transit, like the intersection of two train lines, they're given greater development incentives, like even more density in Florida area bonuses in exchange for greater affordability on site. Since the enactment in 2017, the city has approved more than 20,000 new housing units through this program, 23% of which are affordable at lower income levels. And that is about more than double than what the city's traditional programs used to have. Now, these kinds of local ordinances can take years to pass in the United States. It requires a lot of staff time, a lot of community engagement, lots of quantitative analysis, which is why the Build Back Better initiative includes that Unlocking Possibilities program that could help cities develop these innovative strategies much quicker. The second real life example I wanted to highlight here shows how various housing capital and community investment programs from Build Back Better can kind of come together and revitalize communities while building up and modernizing the country's housing infrastructure. This example here in LA is Jordan Downs Public Housing Redevelopment Project. Here we have 700 units of old public housing built in the 1940s and 50s, which was only meant to be temporary housing for factory workers during World War II, but have since fell in severe disrepair over the decades. Along here, the Alameda Corridor to the east, the development was lined with old industrial sites that left behind significant heavy metal and lead contamination in the soil after decades of industrial activity occurring right here in the middle of this public housing project. And so about 10 years ago, the city purchased this 21-acre parcel of land and remediated that site with local and funding sources and cobbled together lots of different sources that Build Back Better would fund to put together this comprehensive plan. Programs like choice neighborhoods, the rental assistance demonstration, low-income housing tax credits, even new programs from the state of California that is funding housing from climate cap and trade programs. So the Housing Authority at this site, they are doubling the number of units from 700 to 1,400 units through a build first strategy to minimize any displacement on site. And they're also building out a pretty robust community investment strategy, including more than 11,000 square meters of commercial and retail space, more than 36,000 square meters of new parks, and a really big community center and a robust workforce and social services program. All of this kind of could be funded through those Build Back Better programs. So in conclusion, just wanted to leave you with these 4 points. Housing supply just has not kept up with demand. That is linked to big increases in housing costs. Number 2, the chronic shortage of affordable and available homes for the lowest income households really does necessitate an expanded housing safety net from the federal government. And the Biden-Harris administration is meeting that charge with the Build Back Better initiative. Number 3, there are persistent disparities in housing outcomes by race and ethnicity in this country. which means we need to pay a lot more attention to fair housing initiatives and equity in our programs, in addition to just housing supply issues. And number four, there are dramatic regional disparities in the affordability crisis, which means there's a really big role for states and local communities to play in addressing the challenge. The feds cannot do it alone, and neither can the locals. So with that, I did receive a few questions from the audience. I hope y'all are out there today, and I thought I'd lift some of them up now. We don't have a ton of time, but I have this one from Eva Whitman, who's asking about the role of public housing in the United States and how we really have not been expanding them since 1970, and whether or not we looked at European models of social housing and to see if there's any interesting comparisons there. Eva, I am not an expert on the models of social housing in Europe, and so I would love to learn more about it from my European counterparts, so please reach out, we can compare notes. But what I can say is that the US public housing has evolved over time into dozens of different typologies of social housing. And so while the Build Back Better program does not contemplate expanding the supply of the traditional model of public housing, the bill that's before the Senate now calls for a transformative investment of $65 billion to rehabilitate and preserve that old stock of public housing. We haven't seen that kind of investment in a very long time in the public housing stock. And then there's all these other more modern capital programs and policies that would leverage funds from the private sector to build more affordable housing. We also have a question from Professor Kwan Ok Lee. He's asking about, what is the broad goal of homeownership assistance from the federal government's point of view? Does the government want to increase ownership opportunities in high productivity cities like San Francisco so that those cities can see in-migration? If so, why would promotion of homeownership be more important when that money could be used for rental assistance for more households? And I would say the primary goal for the federal government in our homeownership programs is to close that gap we were talking about earlier in the beginning of the presentation, and to make homeownership and wealth building possible for low and moderate income families, especially those that experience intergenerational barriers to achieving homeownership. So in Build Back Better, we have a few different programs to do that. There's one program that targets softer markets, not San Francisco, but those that have high vacancies and homes in poor conditions. And then there's other ones for the down payment assistance that can target first generation home buyers to help them build their equity faster and pass that equity to new generations. And then finally, we have programs that can experiment with homeownership tenure and build out community land trusts as an alternative form. On the question of trade-offs between homeownership and rental assistance, in the United States, and I'm sure this is the case for other parts of the world, we're always operating in this world of scarcity for so long when it comes to the housing safety net. And I don't think that we need to choose between what's more important, homeownership or rental housing. Instead, we need to be building a robust housing market and housing safety net that helps households transition from affordable, stable rental housing to homeownership, if that's the choice that they would like to go down. So I think we need to move beyond that either or mindset and go to a yes and mindset for these programs. We have a few more questions. I think, let's see, if we want to go to Dr. Mi-Yoon Jin, he has some questions about public housing in the US, wondering, is public housing the most affordable option for extremely low-income renters? If it is, will the volume of new construction public housing increase, or will the increased investment be made for renovating the public housing stock? And I would just say, Build Back Better proposes primarily funding to rehab the old stock, and in some cases that will result in redevelopment of that old model of housing. But the other capital programs however, are meant to increase the supply of deeply affordable housing for the lowest income households. For instance, the current bill proposes a lot of funding for the National Housing Trust Fund, and that targets extremely low income housing. And then the supplemental demand side voucher programs that would also allow for greater levels of project basing for that program, which would allow for the capital programs to layer on top of the demand side subsidies to reach lower levels of incomes. I hope that answered your question, Dr. Jim. Also, you asked, does Build Back Better require a greater role for the federal government in housing policy? Or are local governments and the private sector expected to play a new role? I would say, if this is passed, Build Back Better would, I think, really require an all hands on deck approach to implement the initiative. Every sector that I described before in my presentation will need to significantly ramp up its efforts to expand the safety net. We're talking about hiring new staff, acquiring new parcels of land, building the pipeline, getting it ready, bringing in new construction workers. This is a massive investment in housing as infrastructure. So I would not say that the roles of the federal government and local government would change. It would just need to expand. So to help that expansion, the initiative also has a significant amount of funding devoted for technical assistance to help build that capacity in the field. We have a few more questions, but I do think we're out of time on my presentation and questions. So I think I'll skip them and just say thank you for giving me the time to speak with you tonight. I am sorry I'm not there in person. I hope to see you next year in the next conference. And we certainly welcome other folks to come by and see some of the great work that we're doing in Los Angeles and the rest of the country to expand housing opportunities for the most vulnerable population. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Winter, for your presentation and for answering all the questions. We know it is quite late in the evening in LA. So once again, thank you very much, and we hope to see you in Seoul next year. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please give Mr. Winter a big round of applause for his presentation. Well, our next speaker is joining us live from Singapore. The next speaker is Ms. Chung Kun-hin, Chairman of the Center for Livable Cities and Chair of the Lee Kuan Yew Center for Innovative Cities. So let's see if she is connected to us online. Ms. Chung Kun-hin, can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Hello. Well, if you are ready, I think you can begin your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, hello, everyone, and greetings from Singapore. Good afternoon. Fortunately, we're not right in the middle of the night. And thank you for inviting me to this very important summit, because the topic of housing is certainly a very important one and a very challenging one for many, many cities. So let me just get started about the case example of Singapore on how we try to house a nation towards a more inclusive and sustainable city. Now, we all are familiar with the global sustainable goals. And of those goals, I think Goal 11 on sustainable cities and communities show that really decent, affordable housing is really at the center of sustainable cities. And in fact, today, 1.2 billion of urban population do not have access to affordable and secure housing. And, you know, this is a picture of Singapore. For those of you who have visited Singapore, you'll be quite surprised that 60 years ago, we were really a nation of just slums and squatters. So what we did was to form the Housing and Development Board in 1960, or HDB for short, to provide affordable public housing. And since then, the HDB has built 1.1 million flats over 60 years and constantly improving from very basic housing to fairly good, high quality housing today. Today, I'm just going to touch on 4 very important thrusts that the HDB has taken in its journey to providing housing for Singapore. The first is to prioritize home ownership. The second, is to ensure affordability. The third is that we craft policies to meet the needs of different segments of the population. And fourth is to ensure sustainability and quality environment. I'm just going to touch on a few key milestones to set the context for my sharing. As I said, the HDB was formed in 1960. And in 1964, we decided on a very important policy, which was the home ownership for the people scheme. We decided that our housing should be for home ownership and not just rental. The third important milestone was that we passed the Land Acquisition Act in 1967. And this allows us to acquire land which is even privately owned. And of course, we pay for the land, and over time, we pay full market rates. And those who are affected are resettled by proper resettlement policies and compensated. And the fourth very important milestone is that in 1967, we allow the Central Provident Fund, which is a savings plan, to be used for housing, for public housing and private housing. So this was a very important move that I will share a little bit later. The first question, of course, is why do we prioritize home ownership? Unlike most public housing authorities all over the world that focus a lot on rental, we focus on home ownership. This is because we feel that home ownership gives people a stake in the country. Secondly, it actually encourages better maintenance of the estates. Thirdly, it builds a very strong work ethic because people want to pay the mortgages in order to own the property. So they develop a strong work ethic to make money to pay the mortgage. Fourth is about providing an asset and a store of value for people, particularly when they retire. I'll touch on this a little bit later. And it promotes rootedness and belonging because Singapore then was a very, very young nation. And we wanted people to own a piece of the country. And our policies cater to life cycle needs. So for example, for young couples, we help them to buy their first home with housing subsidies and concessionary housing loans. Secondly, when they start to have children and have a bigger family, we help them to buy a second larger flat. And when they retire, we help them to unlock their home as equity or to enable them to age in place and provide them with elderly-friendly homes. And our policies are very focused on families because we think they need the housing more. But we have already allowed now for many singles above 35 years old to buy public housing too. And the second thrust that is very important is to ensure affordability. How do we do that? Well, we do that by offering a wide range of options for very different budgets and needs. So we build flats of different sizes from 2-room all the way to 5-room to 3-generation flats, which has 4 bedrooms. And of course, the higher end, people go and buy private housing. And this enables different budgets, people with different budgets to be able to find housing that is affordable for themselves. And they are constructed in many different locations with different pricing. So that gives a lot of choice. And of course, public housing, we have to give subsidies. And there is a market discount on public housing. And we give subsidies based on income levels. The lower income get more subsidies. It's a stepped fashion. And of course, the higher income have less subsidies. So as you can see in this graph. So if you're a low-income household, you can have almost more than $100,000 worth of subsidies, Singapore dollars. That would be around 80,000-90,000 US dollars. Another very important element in making housing affordable is that we allow people to use the Central Provident Fund to finance housing. This is a compulsory savings plan, which is a social safety net for Singaporeans. For every one of us who work in Singapore, our employee contribute 20% of our wages. Our employer contributes 17% of wage, making up a 37% savings rate for every person who works in Singapore. This is a very high savings rate, of which 6% goes to a special account for investment and retirement-related financial products. You can use it. And 8% goes into medical insurance. And finally, 23% can be used for buying a home or for paying for insurance, investments, and education. So if we price our public housing at, say, 20 to 25% of monthly household income, most of this can be paid by the 23% in the ordinary account for housing, which means that more than 80% of my residents actually do not pay any cash top-up in paying off their mortgage every month. And this is very affordable compared to the international benchmark of affordable housing of using about 30 to 35% of your income. As a result, if you look at the house price to income ratio comparison with many global cities, Singapore is relatively, you will find that housing is much more affordable compared to, say, Hong Kong at 20.8. Singapore is at 4.7 in terms of the house price to income ratio. So it's very important that because we allowed the use of the Central Provident Fund in 1967, straight away you can see that there is very high home ownership rate, and only the very, very low income will go for rental housing. Now, our policies, the third thrust is that they meet different needs of different segments of the population. We prioritize families to get public housing because they need it more, but we do allow singles above 35 to buy smaller flats. And we do give them grants, half a grant equivalent for a family. And of course, when they get married, we top up the grant for them to a full family grant. And we take care of the elderly. We facilitate mutual care and support by giving priority allocation of new flats to married children and their parents to live together nearby. And we provide grants for them to buy flats and bigger flats if they want to live together as 3 generations. And retirees, we facilitate monetization. They can rent out some of the rooms of their flat or the whole flat. They can sell back some of the lease years to us because all the flats are based on 99 years lease. So say they sell back to us 30 years lease, we give them the money for the lease, and that is put into the Central Provident Fund to buy an annuity that will last them for life. Or they could right size to a smaller flat. And finally, we make sure that we create and build a very elderly friendly environment. For very low income households, we also handhold them. So those in the rental households, we also help them very supportive in terms of policies to give them grants to also move on to home ownership when they are ready. The fourth point I like to make is the fourth thrust, is to ensure a sustainable and quality environment. With more than 80% of the population living in public housing, we cannot afford urban slums. So our housing has to be very good quality as private housing. So what we want to do in terms of HDB living is to enable people to live well, to live green, and to live connected. So what do I mean? Let me illustrate with an example of a typical public housing town called Punggol. This is designed as an eco-town, and it's designed comprehensively to be self-sufficient for work, live, play, and learn. So all the amenities can be found in the town, whether it's housing offices, industries, schools, libraries, hospitals, sports, parks, and they are very well served by good public transport. And each of the districts in Punggol are designed very distinctively to make them very attractive. It's a waterfront town. So let me illustrate with an example. We also weave in a lot of greenery and water bodies where we can. There are 2 rivers that we dammed up and which form 2 reservoirs at each side of the town. And we link these two reservoirs with a river instead of just a pipe. We designed a river, we added in a lot of greenery, and this is a type of quality environment that you can get in the town, in a public housing town. And the water feature, the water body, now becomes a leisure area with a linear park and providing beautiful views for the public housing there. And public housing can be beautiful. People do decorate their homes very well. And this is the type of home that you can see in many of the public housing, both outside and inside. And it is designed to be transit-oriented and car light. So you are usually within a 300 to 400 meter walking radius of any mass rapid transit or light railways system. So very convenient public transport. And we want to encourage walking and cycling. So there's an extensive cycling network covering the entire town. And this is repeated in every public housing town. And we plant a lot of greenery. Fortunately, we're in the tropics and the trees grow very well, the plants. But it's the science behind it. We use biophilic concepts using flora and fauna, water and soil in good combination to provide very good outdoor comfort for people and our residents. And we want to focus on well-being and health. So we enhance the design of facilities to be more fun and engaging for exercise. We want to encourage people to move and not just stay very still, you know, it's good for them, good exercise. So this is an example of how we would design. And we even put a running circuit. This is in a new project that's coming up. We put a running track on top of a multi-story car park for people to do jogging. And it's also about being mindful of an aging population. We provide the right colors and signages as visual eyesight deteriorate with the elderly, and safety grab bars for the elderly. They're colored so that they can see them better. Now, I also want to say that we have almost more than 1 million flats that have already been built. So constant upgrading and continuous rejuvenation is very, very important. We have multiple programs which rejuvenate all the old towns. There are 26 towns and estates that we continuously rejuvenate, both outside and inside the flat. So I have no time to go into this, but quite a lot of money, billions of dollars is spent in upgrading the flats constantly. Now, Live Well is really also about promoting social well-being. So in the way we design our neighborhood centers, they are designed as social and wellness hubs. And we put in a lot of greenery, particularly now with the pandemic. We found that green spaces have been so important for mental wellness. And we put in many different types of parks, therapeutic gardens, parks that are designed as loops for people with dementia, pocket parks, and educative gardens for the young, a whole variety of spaces for people to go to, particularly in a very high density area. Greenery mitigates the high density. And it is also about living green, driving greater sustainability. Our towns are built guided by a sustainable development framework, and we implement a lot of eco features for the towns. So for example, we have digital twins that help us to simulate the function of the town, and going smart to stretch our sustainability targets using environmental modeling, whether it's wind flow analysis, solar irradiance, noise modeling, to help us to design the town to be more functional and better outdoor comfort, and to bring in the breezes and wind flows through the town, because this is the tropics. We need the wind to flow through the town for quality, air quality, good quality air. And of course, we deploy many smart and sustainability initiatives to reach energy targets, to lower energy use. So this could cover smart lighting, urban water harvesting. We're going to put in chargers for EV-ready car parks, etc. And we collect a lot of data using sensors, and we pump it into the smart hub, which enables us to monitor all the services that serve the town. And with the data collected, we can also optimize our facilities, our municipal services, and ensure that they're reliable and they operate optimally. We are also building smart enabled flats because this enables them, our residents, to benefit from, for example, telehealth. This was very important, especially during the pandemic. You can actually do consultation through telehealth. And because they're smart enabled flats, we can put in elderly monitoring systems. With an aging society, we can monitor the elderly while they're at home. If certain patterns in their daily living is broken, perhaps there will be an alert sent to their caregiver and their children who can give them a call to check on them. So these are a lot of things that we do. And we are also introducing utilities management systems within the flat so that it modifies consumption behavior. People can save energy and water. And so we have built the first smart precinct that's just been completed this year with many smart applications in Punggol. It is also about going back to retrofit, to rejuvenate the existing estates. So we have a HDB Green Towns program where we retrofit to bring in, for example, solar panels and smart LED lighting, which will reduce energy consumption. We are bringing back a lot of roof gardens, using cool paints to repaint the buildings to bring down the urban heat island effect of all the existing towns, and of course to recycle rainwater. Now, it's important that we build communities. Singapore is highly multiracial and multicultural. So we built shared spaces and facilities. We mix all the flat types. The 2, 3, 4, 5 room, 3-generation flats are all mixed together, regardless of income and sizes. We have an ethnic integration program, which allows us to allocate flats according to the national demographic. So for example, there are 70% Chinese in Singapore, 70% of the flats will be allocated to Chinese. If it's 15% Malay population, we will allocate 15% of the flats, etc. So every town mirrors the national demographic in Singapore because we do not want specific ethnic enclaves to be formed, especially in a multiracial society. And of course, we have many programs that promote social interaction and neighborliness. So for example, many public spaces and community living rooms enable a mixing of the residents where they can come together to interact, to exercise together, to do activities together, to promote that social cohesion and interaction at a town scale, at a precinct scale, and at a building scale. And it's really about getting the community to take ownership of the place that they live in by making places and memories. So we co-create a lot of the designs with the residents. How would they like to dress up the parts of their flat for community spaces, for example? So there's a lot of co-creation exercises, including designing and building their own playgrounds. So I want to conclude by saying that in Singapore, public housing is not just about housing. It is about giving a better quality of life to build an equitable and stable society. It is a social safety net for retirement adequacy. It is intended to strengthen social cohesion and the family and to achieve sustainability and environmental quality. What are the key success factors for us? We think that the key success factors are that we have very strong commitment from government to provide affordable housing for our people. And we ensure adequate supply of housing and to prevent housing bubbles. So all the sharing I have done just now talked about the way we had acquired land, building towns comprehensively with good facilities, zoning enough land for housing, increasing plot ratios is intended to increase the supply of housing. And we focus on home ownership instead of rental. And we have many policies to ensure affordability, as I've mentioned, through subsidies and providing a flat for different budgets and incomes. And we focus on the quality living environment. We want to develop good quality towns, and we continue to upgrade so that we can prevent urban slums. And our policies are constantly changing according to needs. So they are forward looking and responsive because the life cycle needs will change, and we want to cater to demographic and social changes as well. So thank you very much for allowing me to share about public housing in Singapore. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chongkuning, for that very informative and lively presentation. Ms. Chongkuning will be joining us for the panel discussion, so our participants will have a chance to ask her questions. We just heard about inclusive and affordable housing policies in the United States and Singapore, and now moving to Korea. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to now invite to the stage Professor Kim Jin-yu from Gyeonggi University. He is joining us here at the venue, so please welcome him with a big round of applause.
네, 저는 영어가
I'm not good at using English, so my presentation will be delivered in Korean. So you have listened to presentations in English. From now, I will speak Korean. Apology for my poor English for the international audience, but I will present my presentation in Korean. Can you tell me how to use this? Today, I want to talk about the overall history of public rental housing policy of Korea and the international trend in the housing market and the assessment of the public rental housing policy and a way forward. Back in 1971, the Korean government introduced the first public rental housing units. At the time, we provided 300 units of the rental housings, which is the size of 40 square meters, and the tenure is 1 year, and after that, it can be resold. We now have the similar type of rental housing. Now, this is the prototype of it. And next, in 1981, we had National Housing Fund introduction. And then 3 years later, Rental Housing Construction Promotion Act was introduced, and the tenure was extended to 5 years from 1 year. In 1980s, the President Roh Tae-woo pursued the public rental housing policy to supply about 500 million rental housing units. And that policy includes the opportunities will be given to the factory workers. In 1989, the initiatives was introduced to supply 500,000 units, which include 2 million housing, which includes 250,000 permanent rental housings. These permanent rental housings were designed for the lowest income families. And in 1993, we have introduced different law, and the public rental policy initiatives was also partly implemented by the private sector. The biggest backlog of the public rental house is the Kungmin, literally speaking, national housing rental units. That was the similar type of the other countries' rental housing units. That initiative will cover the bottom 400% of the income level. In 2004, we introduced the buy and lease program, and in 2005, it is the sublease program that the government introduced to the market, and not just the outskirts of the downtown area, and other areas of the country see the lack of the usable land, and to provide the public rental housings, the government thought that they could purchase land for building rental housings. And in 2008, the 보금자리 program, which literally translated as nest housing units, was introduced. It is a 10-year lease and sale program. And in 2013, the 행복, literally meaning happy housing units initiatives, was introduced with a target of young generation or newlywed couples. And the coverage was expanded. And then in 2017, the more wider income bracket was beneficiaries of the 평생 housing, which means lifetime housing, rental housing programs. And this graph shows the policy changes. When you see the colors, the green color represents or focusing on the rental housing policy that were largely driven by the previous administrations with the focus on the middle-income families. And here you see that the beneficiaries were expanded, so the larger income group were able to benefit from the public housings. And I believe there are some people who argue for the further extended coverage for these public housing initiatives. As the minister said, we have 8% of the rental housing units in the total housing stock, which includes 1.7 million units for the long-term rental housing units. So when we look back at the history of the public rental housing units, the government is pursuing a more integrated approach when it comes to public rental housing units and more targeted approach focusing on the low-income families, and more inclusive housing policies are considered, and the purchase or the sublease and other different types of rental housing initiatives are being introduced. And rather than the supply side program, now the government policy is making effort to engage more supply side actors. So when we look at the international trend, there is a model which called residual model that is focusing on the low-income family. Some countries adopt this residual model, and another countries adopt generalist model, which cover the more wider income groups. And other countries also adopt universal models, which include Netherlands, Denmark, Austria. These countries have a large housing stock, and their housing policy cover a larger income groups. When you look at the livestock, Netherlands has the largest stock, followed by Denmark. So the welfare countries are in these groups. According to the statistics of OECD, Korea ranked the 10th. So quantitatively speaking, Korea has now advanced the rental housing policy. So this is the model of third sector and welfare triangle model. When it comes to welfare, the central government or a state can lead the policy implementation, but other countries can rely on market. Singapore maybe rely on market, and the US as well. And also including community, this model is drawn. In the center, the associations or nonprofit organizations are also there, and the Netherlands and other North European countries are focusing on this core area. So Korea is also engaging more actors in the market in implementing the housing welfare policy. And this graph shows the social rental housing proportion. This shows the supply rate. In the left-hand side, the state is responsible for most of the social housing, and Korea is in the middle. The LH provides 50% of these housings. And in the right-hand side, Netherlands, for example, and we are also joined by Ms. Eva Whitman, and she will talk about that. The Netherlands and Finland, Austria, these countries see a lot of nonprofit organizations that supply the social rental housing units. When you look at Denmark, it is almost more than 30%. So these countries have a lot of organizations participating in social housing markets. But other than these countries, there are some leaders like the state government or the nonprofit organization. So I believe the major players are providing this type of social housing according to the international trend. Of course, there are many people saying that there is a lack of housing unit supply. When it comes to US, the government stopped providing the rental housing units. They rely on the private sector to increase home ownership, but still they try to secure housing units to stabilize the rental market. As part of a measure to provide affordable housing units, Korea has only 403 housing units per 1,000 citizens. When you look at the rent, Korea's rent takes up 32% of the market rent. So when you look at the rent income ratio, Korea is relatively low compared to other countries. So the public rental housing units rent is relatively low compared to other advanced countries. When you look at the recent trends in Europe, the housing prices rose rapidly, so many people are finding it difficult to purchase a home. And they also find it difficult to get some funding or finance their purchase. And also, many countries are lacking the supply of housing units. And this graph shows the universal model, generalist model, and residual model. Now, many countries are moving toward the residual model. And that's probably because of the lack of resources or land availability. This is an article about the German's rent cap court rule. The highest court ruled that a rent cap imposed by the Berlin state government is illegal, and many renters took to the street to protest the court ruling. Although the court ruled it is illegal, but the referendum result shows that the majority of the public support for the rent cap. and the renters request for government to intervene in impose renter gap. And Professor Alexander said, when the renters protest increasingly, and that will spread throughout the Europe, so he is concerned about the situation. Korea's rental housing stock increased over 30 years. It was increasing from 8% from zero, and the central government has provided 70% of them. And the target has expanded as well. The first income decile, followed by fourth income decile and sixth income decile, have been fallen into the category who are the beneficiaries of the government public rental housing units. And about 430 trillion won was invested to provide loans for providers, and the individuals were also recipients of the rental deposit benefits. And according to the 2021 plan, about 82 trillion won will be invested in public home financing and the public rental housing loan worth 13 trillion and equity 6 trillion won. So Korea has grown when it comes to public housing market quantitatively, but when it comes to look at the quality, I found some problems. The blue line shows the proportion of the housing size. The 85 square meters is the standard one, and the public housing is limited by the 60. So the public rental houses have two types of sizes, but in Japan, there is a more wider proportion of the public rental housing sizes, but Korea has a very irregularly showing only the two major types of housing unit sizes. The financial support only goes for the under the 60 square meter size public rental housing units. So overall, combine the public and private rental housing, the one-person family, the 37 square meters, and the two-person family, 50, and three-person is using 60 square meters. I think the two-person family is increasing faster than the third-person family, so we have to reflect this trend. Now, the public housing units are showing the overcrowding rates. So many people are living in an overcrowded condition. So you see the low-income households are unsatisfied in the private rental housing. So this means that many people are living in an overcrowded house. And there is also a social issue of stigma. This apartment located in Gangnam area in Seoul. This is the public rental housing. This public rental housing is located in a segregated area, as you can see here in the picture. So people who are living in this house may be exposed to social stigma. So there is a serious issue about this. And when operating the public rental housing, the operators see a lot of loss. The public rental sector of LH saw $1.4 billion loss last year. So regarding the way forward, many people have different thoughts. I believe many would agree that we need to improve the quality of housing units. Materials or utilities are important, but I think that we need to increase the size of the public rental housing units. Many people are living in a very small area in the overcrowded units. Also, we need to consider social integration by removing the social stigma toward those living in the rental housing units. And size is important. The size of a house also affects the mental health of residents. Since the COVID-19, the housing is very important place. So students are studying at home, people are working from home. So size of a house is very important matter. And government needs to increase its investment. Actually, the housing fund is taking a largest chunk, while the government is reducing its proportion of the investment. So I think the government needs to increase its investment, and the interest rates for the housing fund should be lowered from 2% to 1%. And still, public rental housing units are in short supply. So the integrated construction project should be considered as a way to address this issue, to provide more rental housing units. And nonprofit organizations or local governments need to play a bigger role in supplying the public rental housing units. And also, we need to provide more options of public rental housing units for the families in need of those homes. Whether it be the national public housing or the lifetime housing units, there are different types of programs that should be available to people in need of those easily. Thank you very much.
Presentation. Because we're on a tight schedule, we're going to move straight to the panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our moderator and panelists to the stage. Moderating the first panel discussion is Professor Kim Kyung-hwan from Seogang University, and we have joining him panelists Professor Lee Kwan-ok from the National University of Singapore, as well as the Deputy Head of Mission at the Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, Ms. Eva Witteman, and also Dr. Jin Mi-yoon, Senior Research Fellow at the Land and Housing Institute. And of course, we have our presenter, Professor Kim Jin-yu, joining as well. So please take your seats on the stage. So if you're ready, Professor Kim, the floor.
All right. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I could moderate in Korean or English, but I thought we have a presenter from Singapore waiting in. And we have Eva here, and we have some international students attending at the KDI school. So if you don't mind, I'll moderate the session in English. Okay, we have had 3 great presentations focused on affordable housing, but also going beyond housing itself to make our cities more inclusive and also sustainable. So this is a big topic, and then we have the keyword in a changing environment, and we haven't yet figured out what the changing environment is and how our affordable housing should respond to the changing environment. With that in mind, we are given until 4 or 5 according to the schedule, but because of very rich presentations, we are very short on discussion. So if you don't mind, I would appreciate it if we could extend our session, say, for 10 minutes, and then we'll delay the coffee break accordingly. And fortunately, the next session has 2 presentations instead of 3. So moderator of the second session, Professor Cho, kindly agreed to allow some of his time to us. So if you don't mind, we'll take that. But if, still, we are short in time. So I would appreciate if each discussant limit her comments and questions to 7 minutes to the extent possible. So that we'll give some time to the presenters to respond to the questions and comments. Okay, so I think I'll go according to the order of the names listed in the program, which means Professor Iwano will start off.
Can you hear me? Okay, sorry. Thank you. First, I'd like to thank 3 presenters for their insightful sharing of housing policy measures in different contexts. As Ben is already gone, I will focus more on Singapore and South Korea. As a Korean who has lived in Singapore and worked in Singapore for over 10 years, I think I may be in the right position to compare these 2 countries and provide some combined comments. My discussion will focus on 2 main issues: who to support and where to supply to be inclusive. So who to support? We have limited resources in everywhere and therefore have to choose who we should prioritize for our housing support. In terms of housing tenure, Dr. Chang has introduced how Singapore has promoted homeownership, and Dr. Kim's presentation highlighted rentership-oriented housing policies in South Korea. We all know that homeownership has great benefits, as Dr. Chang mentioned, but the lack of rental options for the middle class in Singapore can be problematic. In South Korea, even more serious issue of the lack of homeownership opportunities has led to a very serious issue of inequality of asset building opportunities and housing wealth among households. In terms of households who receive housing assistance, Singapore policy has cared much for families, low-income families with kids, while the Korean policy recently have put efforts to support young single households. So for example, in Singapore, the singles have to wait until their age of 35 to buy public housing. Ben earlier mentioned, before he left, US policy agenda started expanding housing safety net for all and supplying transition from the stable rentership to ownership. But again, in the real world, with the limited resources, we may have to prioritize homeownership versus rentership, as well as among the different types of vulnerable households. So I'd like to ask presenters on their views. Also, how should we address those that got less policy attention for housing assistance? Can we be truly inclusive? So that's the first question. And then the second question goes to where to supply affordable housing. As Dr. Cheng mentioned, Singapore's HDB new towns that are mostly in suburban locations maintain the high quality of life and also self-containment. Nevertheless, Singaporeans aspire to live in more central locations still exist. And there has been hot debate in Singapore on whether and how to supply public housing in the central prime locations. The similar but even more serious issue in South Korea is that a huge gap in neighborhood quality between neighborhoods in Seoul and also between Seoul and non-Seoul cities. And then that has led to substantial geographic variation in housing demand. One option is to increase housing supply in areas that are more popular so that we could expand residential opportunities for those that are young and not rich, as mentioned by Ed Glazer earlier. From the economic perspective, this can help maintain agglomeration economy in high productivity cities. However, it may bring negative outcomes if we cannot accommodate all the demands by relaxing zoning and increasing density. For example, we may have a lottery effect in these prime locations. So I'd like to ask the presenters to share insights on where to supply affordable housing. If we cannot ever meet everybody's location of preferences, how could we consider this and how could we improve this? And lastly, this may be a quite classic debate in housing policy studies, but do you think the demand side of measures would work better to meet such location preferences for households and to be more inclusive for housing support? I'll stop here and look forward to the discussions with the presenters. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Professor Lee, for your very succinct intervention and putting two important questions on the table. I look forward to the answers from two presenters. All right, can you move on to Eva Wiedemann?
Yes, of course. Thank you, Professor Kim. My name is Eva Witteman. I'm from the Netherlands Embassy, the Deputy Ambassador. It's a pleasure to be part of this conference today. I think the Netherlands has some best practices to share with the world. But I must say, we also now have some worries to share as the housing market is one of the top priority political problems in the Netherlands right now. And so I'm also here to learn from your experiences. I was asked to give a short presentation on the current situation in the Netherlands. So I start with a brief introduction of the Dutch housing market. Due to a very low interest rate, a low unemployment rate, an increase in disposable income, and a continuing shortage of housing contributed to an increase in housing prices over the last couple of years. It's a very high increase. And this tight market complicates in the Netherlands the position of three groups in society. The first-time buyers, second, the middle-class households looking for a home in the unregulated rental segment, and last group, the lower-income households who are confronted with long waiting lists for social housing. So the housing market was actually a prominent topic in the debates ahead of the Dutch general elections earlier this year, like it is here today in Korea. And all political parties support construction of more affordable housing. Many favor extension of rental regulations and a reduction of the taxes paid by the housing associations. Maybe it's good to share with you that in the Netherlands we have very much a decentralized governance of the housing market. So there are different roles played by the national administration, Ministry of Interior, the provinces, local governments, housing associations, I will come back to that later, regulators, cities, municipalities, and the rental tribunal. So there are many actors actually active in the Dutch housing market. I will now share something about the national policy to support construction of housing because we have a large shortage of available houses. The national government has agreed construction plan targets with the provinces, which should lead to the construction of 1 million units until 2030. Efforts of the Dutch government are aimed at securing the required conditions for viable housing projects, such as availability of land suited for construction, financial contributions for infrastructure and public amenities, and smooth administrative procedures. In 2019, the national government announced it would support the construction of affordable housing with a stimulus of 1 billion euros. And the first two rounds of financial support contributed to the construction of approximately 96,000 units, of which 66% can be described as affordable. Now, the persistent shortage of housing requires sufficient construction plans, and in the Netherlands we actively monitor the planned number of newly constructed housing units. In several areas, the quality of the built environment is deteriorating due to the lack of maintenance, poor climate adaptation, and also criminal activity. Therefore, the national government has reserved 413 million in the restructuring of 21,000 homes in vulnerable neighborhoods and areas. And a recent research actually stated that an annual financial stimulus by the government of 1 billion euro is needed to make sure that we can achieve the target that we have set ourselves for 2030. Then maybe share a small thing about the social housing and the housing associations in the Netherlands. These housing associations date back to the mid-19th century when urbanization started in the Netherlands. And so it's part of the housing tradition in the Netherlands. And these housing associations are major providers of social housing, and they collectively own 30% of the total housing stock. And housing associations must supply at least 80% of vacant housing to lower and middle income households. This means that nearly 2.4 million out of the total of 8 million houses in the Netherlands are social housing. So that would be like 1/3. It's also good to know in the Netherlands, housing associations can benefit from access to external financing. So there are specific, under favorable terms, so there are specific banks that grant loans at a very interesting interest rate. And that is also a stimulus for building more houses. Also good to know maybe that in the Netherlands there are no ghettos, maybe only one in The Hague, which is the Schilderswijk, and one in Amsterdam, the Bijlmermeer. But in both areas the police is very active, so it can really be considered as ghettos. And we now face a lot of waiting list problems for the social housing, and the research actually showed that prospective tenants that are looking for a regulated rental dwelling in the housing associations in the tightest urban areas, so that would be Amsterdam and Utrecht and the larger cities in the Netherlands, the people spend 30 months, so 2.5 years, looking for a dwelling, which is obviously very long. I will leave it at that. I was also had to tell something about the rental market, which is very interesting in the Netherlands, but I will leave it at that. I will be more than happy to answer your questions, and please be aware I'm not an expert, but if you would be, interested in having more knowledge about the Dutch situation, please feel free to contact our embassy, and we are more than willing to help you or to assist you find the right contact persons in the Netherlands. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eva, for a very brief but very informative introduction to the Dutch housing market, focusing on social housing. In addition to your introduction to the Dutch market, do you have any questions or comments on the two presentations, or would you rather hold them? Okay, good. All right, I just wanted to check. All right, that brings our last discussion, Dr. Jin Myun, for 7 minutes. Thank you.
I'm Myun Jin. I'll speak in Korean very well. 네네.
So today we talked about very inclusive housing policies. There were very timely and important discussions. It was very interesting. And when we discuss these things, what we feel is that this is a good venue for knowledge sharing because we are suffering high housing prices. That's kind of pandemic to us, not just the COVID-19. So now we have the problems without barriers. So every country has similar problems, but each country has good answers and other countries do not. So it's very important to learn from each other to seek after the solutions for our common challenges before us. So I'm very thankful for the sharing of knowledge. For example, the Netherlands, it's the world top ranking country in terms of social housing. But I think that the Netherlands is investing persistently for green housing and social housing. That's very encouraging to us because we are starting our efforts to have sustainable social housing, but the Netherlands is doing its efforts to keep its best quality social housing. I think that's the strength of the Netherlands. I do not have any questions, but let me share my thoughts about affordable housing, how we can do it. And let me share four things. As for affordable housing, it's kind of a housing after all. So basically, houses. So they have physical elements. So it takes time to build houses. So even though we need it right away, we cannot have it overnight. So affordability is not an easy question to answer. So for us to provide promptly housing, so as in the US, we need to utilize the existing housing structures. So that's one of the efforts that Korea is seeking after. And in case of the US, 23% of the US land is for affordable housing, but we have a long way to go. We are just starting. So we do not have any successful model yet for upzoning. So we need to find out ways to provide housing very quickly. So we have ideas, but we need to make it happen because we do not have any good system in place. I mean, we have the system in place, but we need to have good governance or the government leadership to make it happen. So we need to focus on it, and we need to provide a lot of houses, but rather than the quantity, we need to give the signal to the people in need that they will have affordable housing on a constant basis. So for the past 15 years, we have done this, but we have LH and other public corporations to do this job. And the focus should be on a lot of housing and on a constant basis. So I think that we have good players in place already. And next, after we have the affordable housing, at stake is how we can maintain that affordable housing. So for example, 10-year rental house, after 10 years, that should be resold. So after 10 years or after a decade, how we can make it affordable going forward. So not only the users, but the providers, they should be affordable. So the affordability, the balance between the providers and the users should be kept. And lastly, two things. I need to talk about two things. And for the US cases, I asked my question to winter. And then I know that the U.S. focused on the demand side for the affordable housing, but through Build Back Better, they shifted to the supply side affordability. So that's very unexceptional because that's not typical American style. So that interests me a lot. So I think that the affordable housing in the U.S. is taking another shape, so that interests me a lot. And in case of Korea, as Professor Kim told us before, so we provided a lot of housing in 20 years, which should have taken 50 years in Western countries. But we have another challenge because after building new houses, we need to keep them in good shape. So in addition to affordability, the quality is also important for the high density population. So for example, in the US, the public housing, if it is too dense, it's illegal in the US because the US law prescribes the density of public housing. But in Korea, we learned from the US example and we set up the minimum standards for the public housing. So interior or the materials are important, but basically the size of housing is also important. That is all I prepared. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Jin. You provided a context of it. You described the current situation as housing price hike pandemic rather than COVID-19 pandemic. I think that's a very valid point. Okay, so can we get responses from the two presenters? Dr. Chung, would you go first?
Yes, thank you very much for good observations and questions from Professor Lee. So let me just respond. I think there were two main groups of questions you asked. One is about how do you allocate very limited resources and who actually gets these resources. So I speak from the Singapore point of view. You're right, funding is never enough. Nobody has enough money. So our experience has shown that what is very important is not just about government throwing in money and funding and subsidizing all the time. You need subsidy, but the subsidy has to be sustainable. So how do you make that funding sustainable? People have to be able to pay for part of the mortgage. So the formula is not purely supply side on funding. So our experience is that we have allowed them to use the Central Provident Fund, which is a compulsory savings scheme, to pay for the mortgage. So because of that, the subsidy that has to come out, though high, it is sustainable, all right, by the government. The funding is sustainable. So just to give you an idea, every year we set aside around 3% of the annual budget by government to pay and subsidize public housing. This comes up to something like 1.5 billion to 2.5 billion Singapore dollars. So that's about 1.5 to 2 billion US dollars to subsidize public housing. But with that 3% or less of the annual budget, we have achieved a home ownership rate of over 90%. So I think that is money well spent and it is quite sustainable. So that's the first point I'd like to make. Second point is, how do you make sure that you have enough housing? The long-term planning is very important. In Singapore, we are a true believer of long-term planning. So what we do is every couple of years when we do these long-term projections, in fact, we project every year on housing need. We know the changing demographic, we know the income levels, and we know exactly how much household formation through marriages, for example. We know exactly how much housing is needed and of what pricing. Because when we build public housing, we price it based on affordability, not based on construction costs, because we take out the risk from people buying the house. We know how much they can afford based on their income levels. So we price it to make sure they're affordable. So by projecting long term, we know exactly how much supply must come from the public sector, how much supply must come from the private sector, and we know how much we should price it for. So long-term projection is important. And if you look at the income ceiling that enables people to qualify for public housing, it is actually very high. It is a household income of $14,000 or less, which is almost like 10, 11,000 US dollars per household. So this means that with 14,000 income ceiling, we are covering more than 80, almost close to 90% of the population of Singapore. So people will be covered by affordable public housing, almost most people, all right? The remaining 10 percentile, they can afford private housing, so we don't have to worry about them, all right? So the household income level, ceiling income is also adjusted. As wages rise, we have been adjusting the ceiling income to make sure that people can attain affordable housing. Now, there was comment made about rental, whether there are enough options. May I just clarify? Actually, you can rent housing or rooms in Singapore from both public and private sector. You can rent, once you own a public housing, after 5 years, you can rent out your flat. So actually, there is quite a lot of rental supply in the market. And a lot of the elderly people actually rent out part of the flat or a couple of rooms or even the whole flat to obtain an income for themselves. So that's about monetization using public housing. So I'll just quickly address the second question, which is, I think is a very interesting one, is about Singaporeans aspiring to live in prime areas. And Prof. Lee, you're exactly spot on, because the policy has just been recently introduced. Now, we believe that we should not only have the rich living in prime areas, city areas, waterfront areas, we put public housing there. And the policy decision is to build public housing even in prime areas. But the problem is that there is a lottery effect. The person who gets it will become very rich in a couple of years when he sells it on the resale market. So we have just introduced a new policy called the Prime Housing Policy, whereby a prime housing location policy, whereby if you buy housing in prime areas, there are a few restrictions. The first is that only those with income ceiling up to $14,000 can buy, which is the same as everywhere else in Singapore, though for those who buy public housing. So the market is really safeguarded for these people who are allowed to buy public housing. Secondly, we have to give more subsidy in order to keep the prices down so that people can afford. But we have decided that the minimum occupation period for this housing must be a minimum of 10 years, all right? After 10 years, they can sell it on the resale market. But when they sell it on the resale market, we will claw back a higher subsidy to reduce the lottery effect. So essentially, those are some of the new conditions we will put in. Will it work? I think time will tell, because I know that the first one that we just sold that has been launched has fetched very good demand. A lot of people, even with these restrictions, they want to buy. But I think the clawback will be probably calibrated over time. We will have to see what the market is pricing it in, pricing these flats in time to come. So I will just stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chung. I think the second observation is relevant for Korea in a different context now, right? Okay, then Professor Kim, can you respond briefly?
Thank you very much for your comments and question. I think we are standing very important point where we have decided to go ahead for the public rental housing strategy or some more high ownership rate strategy. So as you saw the three presentations, the USA or some other countries adopt home ownership increasing strategy. But in Singapore, they usually, in Netherlands, they usually concentrated on the providing social rental housing. The two different strategies give so many implications for our country. In my opinion, the country by country, they have some historic background and they usually have some know-hows. So Korea has very huge know-hows about public rental housing, providing by central government-oriented the corporate LH. So it is difficult for us to give up the public rental housing in the future, but ownership rate means some other aspects of their families. If they own the house, they can share the benefits from the economic growth. So as the housing price increase, almost all Singaporean can get the benefit from the asset price increasing. So this point is very important for us. So we need to build more public rental housing in the future, but at the same time, we need to a strategy for the increasing ownership rate. I do think that. You know the bibimbap, the very special Korean food bibimbap is mixed strategy we need, like bibimbap in the future, I think. And actually, second question is about Seoul concentration, population concentration. It is not only a housing policy issue, but also urban planning issue. And actually, this government tried to decrease the demand, housing demand, so-called speculative demand. But actually, I think they did not succeed. Anyway, this kind of approach has a big limitations because the quality of life of Seoul is very, very competitive rather than the other local cities. So this kind of big gap should be decreased in the future. So we need to more housings in Seoul metropolitan area. At the same time, we need to more social infrastructure to the local cities. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Kim. It's already 4:20. I wish I could take one burning question from the audience, but is there anyone who wants to make a quick question from the audience? See, you're anxiously waiting for your coffee break. All right, with that, we have had a very good set of presentation followed by live discussion and question and answers. And I thank all the presenters and discussants, and especially the international presenters, Dr. Chung and Mr. Winter, and also for the audience for bearing with us over an extended time. And in closing, I think we've dealt with a very big challenge of making housing affordable and making our cities more inclusive, but also sustainable in an urban context. And this is a hefty challenge. But on the other hand, Korean experience demonstrated that with very consistent policy and resources devoted to the goal, we were able to accumulate 8% of the entire housing stock in public rental housing, which we wouldn't have anticipated 30 years back. But that's not the end of the story, because we have new challenges as described by Professor Chin. And I think the forum like this will enhance our understanding of our strengths, but also limitations. And we also hope to have learned from other countries, Singapore, the US, and also the Netherlands with the help of Eva as a discussant. And we look forward to learning more going forward. And we all work together to make our cities more inclusive and make our housing more affordable to everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our moderator, Professor Kim, as well as our presenters and panelists for what was a very interactive and interesting session. As Professor Kim mentioned, I'm sure that since it's a bit late in the afternoon, everyone is looking forward to a cup of coffee. So we're going to have a short 10-minute coffee break. Once again, for the participants who are here at the venue, coffee will be served in the lobby. So ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your coffee break, and the second session will begin in 10 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to pick up where we left off and begin the second session titled Changes in Housing and Urban Finance in the Post-Pandemic Era. We have two presenters for this session. It is now my pleasure to invite our first speaker, Dr. Kim Young-do, who is a Senior Research Fellow at the Korea Institute of Finance. He is here joining us at the venue, so please welcome Dr. Kim with a big round of applause.
Thank you. I'm Young-do Kim from the Korea Institute of Finance. First of all, it is my honor to be here today. I know this is an international event, so using English is the general protocol for this event, but I think that most of the audience here are Korean, and I think it's better for me to use English for me and everyone. So let me allow to speak with Korean from now on.
Okay, I'm Kim Young-do, and I'm gonna touch upon the asset securitization for guarantee of housing loan via non-contact method after COVID-19. That is a very long title, it seems, but we can have three topics out of it. First is about asset securitization for via non-contact method. That is one topic. And the second topic would be after COVID-19, post-COVID-19, when we will have many changes in the macroeconomy and housing market. And the third point should be housing loan and other guarantee systems regarding this. And after all, how we can make use of these through asset securitization. And this is the content that I will go over. So I will touch upon global liquidity increases and asset markets in COVID-19 from the macroeconomic point of view. And my topic will be a little bit different from the first session. So from the financial and macroeconomic point of view, I will look at the current status issues. And secondly, I will touch upon the recent housing market. And third, how it will impact on the jeonse market in Korea. And fourthly, from the HUFs and the organizers' point of view, there are many interesting themes like guarantee programs. So I will touch upon public guarantee program and utilization of asset securitization. And the first slide is about global liquidity increase worldwide. From the fiscal and macroeconomic point of view, the COVID-19 and post-COVID-19 will bring us, we put a lot of liquidity in the market to tide over the COVID-19. That was one of the solutions that we took to deal with the pandemic. And there are two policies of the government. First is fiscal policy, second is currency policy. For both, the government put in a lot of liquidity. And if you look at the data, the advanced countries, they put in 24% of the GDP for high liquidity. And for emerging countries, the number is low, like 6% of GDP was spent for liquidity. And central banks in countries, they were very aggressive in putting a lot of liquidity. The Fed is providing a lot of liquidity to the market and buying bonds from the market and they are using PE, PP. They are observing 1.85 trillion euros. And there must be some difference between countries, but overall, there are high liquidities in the market. And the next slide is about the policies of each country. In short, we are dealing with joblessness. So we support the jobless people with subsidies and subsidies for SMEs. And the sizes are different depending on countries. And then as a result of the COVID-19, the economies was stopped. But it turned out that the situation was not that bad. That's what we found out after all. The SMEs or the proprietary shops, they suffered a lot in Korea. But in terms of the size of the financial market, the financial market is rebounding very quickly. And we sometimes are worried about overheating. So if you look at the asset market, we look at two things. First is stock market, and the stock index is very high as before COVID-19. So it's beyond that level already. And if we have difficulties, the return on the bond is increasing. And after COVID-19, the return on the bond is stabilized. That's what the slide is saying. And the focus of the discussion of this forum is about housing market. Houses are one of the assets. So housing market, in terms of the prices, housing market is in good shape. This is not what I made, but this is the source of the data is UBS. This is bubble index. So we now worry about bubble in the liquidity. That is the result of the high liquidity now. And in big cities, we have worries of bubble. Then what is Korea like? To overcome the COVID-19, we tapped on the fiscal measures, not as aggressive as the US, but still we are providing liquidity through Bank of Korea, and we are utilizing financial policies to have more liquidity in the market. And the housing market, compared to other countries, the housing market in Korea is rebounding. The prices are increasing, not from the financial perspectives, but from the factors of demand and supply. The housing market is sending the signal of bubble now in Korea. On the right-hand side, it is the numbers of 2014. If it is 100 in Seoul, the house price increase was 75%. And other figures also show bubble index. And in Seoul or Sejong City, where we have high demand of housing, we see high bubbles, a lot of bubbles. And other cities also show overvalued housing market. And this housing prices from economic perspectives, if the housing prices are stabilized, those who want to have the houses want to buy houses, it's a burden on them. So the housing price to income ratio in Seoul on the bottom of the slide shows that how much time will take. It shows how much time will take to buy houses. For example, in Korea, it takes 7.75 years, and then it would require saving of 10-year income. So housing prices in Korea, especially in Seoul, is very high. So those people who are buying houses for living, that is a big burden on them. And the graph on the right, that is a comparison between countries. If it is fourth quarter 2019, if it is 100, it is 117 for Seoul. I mean Korea. It is a very high, sharp increase. For the consumers of the houses in Korea, it's a very stark increase. And in the house sales market, we are wondering what is happening in the rental market. Koreans, we are very familiar with 전세 system. And 전세 system, how is it related to housing sales market? There are many theories, but 전세 market recently shows upturn these days too, along with the upturn on house price increases. On the left, by 2020, the 전세 price index has been stable. Even though we cannot say that it is a result of the high liquidity, starting 2020, the index has been on the rise. And on the right, the same can be explained. By 2020, it has been consistent, but now it is increasing. So now the biggest challenge is that even though we cannot pretell the consumers of houses or 전세 consumers or the people who want rent of houses, they feel a lot of burden out of the market situation. And then we have to wonder what is the demand for the rental in Korea. So from the data from the government, if it is 2019, 58% was the ownership and the rest is the rental. The red box indicates the 전세, which is shrinking because people are shifting from 전세 to monthly rental. That is what the graph shows. And on the opposite, those people who want rental are increasing. And one of the features of the monthly rent in Korea is that we have the combination of 전세 down payment plus monthly rental. That is very unique in the Korean market. So overall, the demand for rental is still around 40%, even though the home ownership is increasing. And the previous slide shows that if the 전세 price is increasing, the monthly rental price is also on the rise. So we can assume that that is a big burden on the people in the market. And this slide shows very familiar things to Koreans. And I know that this is very interesting to international audience. That is the mechanism of 전세 system. So the lessee deposit big money with the lessor and buys the right to occupy the house, and the lessor waivers the monthly payment, and then after the contract is over, the lessor returns the down payment to the lessee. And I know that this is the system that is also used in other countries, even though it is a little bit different system. But this is very unique system in Korea. So fundamentally, from the financial point of view, this system is one kind of providing housing service. But at the same time, this can be said as a financial system. So those people who want to own houses, they, rather than having funding from financial institutions, they have the funding from other people. So 전세 system is a type of finance system. So on that note, I will follow up on the 전세 system. So in the past, to set aside the down payment for 전세, people saved money. So after they reach a certain amount of money, they try to buy the 전세 contract. But nowadays, the price of housing service is already high. So people in 20s and in their 30s, those people who do not have much wealth, they even have difficulties in having their down payment to buy 전세 contract. So in the past, 전세 was paid from their own pocket. But because the down payment is already high, the financial institutions extended 전세 loan to those people who are trying to buy the 전세 contract. That is one scheme of 전세 system. So as you are well aware, that is the system of 전세 down payment loan. So if you look at the structure of the 전세 loan, there is a medium between tenants and landlords, and the medium is bank and the guarantee agency. And the banks extend loans to the tenants. And the biggest risk of 전세 is the possibility of landlords failing to pay back the 전세 deposit. But as banks and guarantee agencies are involved, the risks is mitigated. Then, what guarantee programs are available? That is the point of this slide. So this is very typical structure. First of all, the landlord would like to set up the pledge or guarantee for the 전세 deposit. So I call it as 전세 deposit or deposit money, whatever you call it. This is the down payment for 전세 system. Not only HUG, but other institutions are dealing with this down payment financing. So if landlord fails to return the down payment to the tenants, the banks or the guarantee agencies are intervening to provide the guarantee for the repayment of the down payment. And similarly, rather than returning the deposit to the tenants, the HUG is guaranteeing the down payment return. The first program that I mentioned, return on the 전세 down payment, is mostly used. So in relation to housing, there are many programs provided by HUG. The return on lease is one of the example. That is the loan. So in 2018, it was $19 billion. 2020, it was $37 billion. So within 1 year, it was 40% increase, equivalent to $18 billion. So it means that this program is very actively used. One reason is that there is a lot of demand for this program, but there are problems with this. If the guarantee is big, there should be possibilities of accident. So in 2016, 2017, there was none, but starting 2018, we see a sharp increase. By size, it is $100 billion. So it is a huge increase over a couple of years. So if we have the accident involving the guarantee, there should be the funding issue because there is no repayment. There's a mismatch in terms of the time. So if the guarantee agencies do not have big leakage, there should be the financing shortage. So to address this problem, the guarantee agencies are seeking after the solutions. And at this point of time, we'd like to focus on the characteristics of the 전세 system. This picture explains it. So from the landlord's point of view, the 전세 system has a structure almost similar to that of a mortgage loan because the 전세 down payment is 50% of the house price. So if the mortgage is from the public institutions or banks, in terms of the 전세, the mortgage is from another person. I mean, the landlord. And it is kind of collateralized loan. So from a financial point of view, it can be securitized because the down payment is financing by setting the house as collateral. So the down payment is, in other words, is MBS, which is securitization of the collateral. So in that sense, 전세 down payment and mortgage is similar. So now we know that the down payment can be securitized. So there are many ways to do it. So maybe there should be 전세 loan. There must be ways to securitize the 전세 loan. I found 1 month ago, Asset Securitization Act was revised to deregulate the securitization. For example, the issuer's credit rate or the target assets or other regulations on those were eased so that to have expanded targets or to facilitate the process, the deregulation is underway. So after all, I think that if we have the will to do so, we can do the securitization. So if we do the securitization of the mortgage, it is a big size and it is a long-term project. In that sense, there should be the demand for wholesale. But still, even though the Jeonse loan is big, it is around $37 billion, and still the size is small for securitization. So the challenge is for us to how to deal with that dilemma. One solution should be fintech, adopted by financial institutions these days. So these companies are fintech companies who are securitizing assets and providing securitization to the market. They are players in the market. They are using digital ABS, using fintech. They are providing products for retail customers, not the wholesale customers. So the housing financing corporation or other institutions are big institutions, but these products from those companies are small products for small project for a shorter period of time involving many more people. So I think that there is still possibility of developing such products in the market because we have high housing prices. There should be more demand for housing rental. So I think that the conditions are mature for these products. So I quoted for companies who are dealing with digital ABS. So I think that we have the foundation for using these technologies. And the institution or system to take advantage of these products so that we can have securitization or share risks. So this is all I prepared for this presentation. And in the Q&A time, later time, I'd like to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you very much.
Dr. Kim, for your presentation. I'm sure that our foreign participants were able to learn more about Korea's Jeonse system. All right, the next speaker is joining us live from Singapore. We have Professor Joseph Uy from the National University of Singapore. Professor Uy, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Oh, you can hear
us.
All right, when you're ready, you can begin your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for the kind introduction and for having me on the program. It's my honor. And a very good afternoon to everyone. The topic of my presentation is financing for urban infrastructure, the prospects of using REITs. Here's a synopsis of my presentation. Infrastructure investments have traditionally been funded with public funds and bank loans. However, due to budgetary constraints faced by governments and capital constraints faced by banks, we are seeing a widening infrastructure financing gap. So in my sharing, I will examine alternative ways of financing infrastructure development. I will also explore the prospect and challenges of securitizing infrastructure assets using the REIT platform. Here is a short list of references for my presentation. I actually read more than this. Now, there is an urgent need for more spending to build and maintain infrastructure to support basic social and economic growth, to upgrade and expand existing infrastructure to cater to growing demand and aging assets, as well as to develop new infrastructures to position the country for the future. On this, Singapore government has recently announced that it will issue bonds for infrastructure projects. Proceeds from these bonds up to a maximum of $68 billion will go towards building infrastructure assets that are crucial for long-term development and sustainability. This would include new MRT rail lines as well as tidal walls to protect against rising sea levels. And with interest rates at close to historic lows and given Singapore's AAA rating, this is an opportune time for the country to borrow at favorable rates. COVID-19 has also strained its public finances. Singapore has rolled out economic reliefs packages worth more than $100 billion since the pandemic, resulting in a record fiscal deficit of $64.9 billion for 2020. Of course, Singapore is not alone in this. Many governments have already spent millions or billions in Singapore's case to stimulate the economy. In challenging times like this, it is not easy to access finance for infrastructure. Indeed, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB in short, reported that financing volume for infrastructure projects declined in 2020 and many projects were cancelled. Traditionally, as I said just now, infrastructure investments have been financed with public funds and private bank loans. Due to fiscal and capital constraints, they are unable to serve the market fully. AIIB also reported that developing countries in Asia invest only about 65% of the total amount required each year. Hence, alternative sources of financing are needed for infrastructure development. This is the outline of my presentation. I've just covered the introduction. Now, infrastructure as an emerging asset class are more heterogeneous and complicated than real estate, which I am more familiar with. Infrastructure has traditionally focused on regulated and essential services such as energy, utilities, and transportation. Figure 14 by PwC shows that the asset class is expanding to encompass many more sectors and industry. Infrastructure assets are also more vulnerable to regulatory and political risks. Greenfield infrastructure projects in particular are often characterized by inefficiencies, resulting in long delays and cost overrun. Combined together, investors will find that it is challenging to assess the risks and returns of infrastructure assets. And a crucial component of infrastructure development is the private sector financing. But only about 10% of infrastructure in the region are readily bankable. 30% more could become bankable with some added support, according to Singapore's Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Heng Swee Keat. Bankable projects are those that generate sufficient cash flows to yield positive returns for the capital providers. Of the many different sectors, renewable energy is the most promising. When interviewed, 46% of investors consider it to have the most attractive opportunities. Infra assets are also classified according to their cash flows and risk profiles. A distinction is often made between assets that are operational, described as brownfield projects, and those that are at the construction stage, usually described as greenfield projects. Stabilized brownfield infra assets are less risky and therefore preferred by institutional investors. The long-term and relatively stable returns of operating infra assets are complementary to the investment return and risk appetite of pension funds. Other reasons why institutional investors should be invested in infrastructure include portfolio diversification, inflation hedging, and corporate reputation building. Infra assets have also shown strong risk-adjusted returns. The Dow Jones Brookfield Global Infrastructure Index that is shown here measures the performance of 105 large companies worldwide that own and operate pure play infrastructure assets. And as of October 2021, their total market cap is around 1.5 trillion. This index has also shown a net total return of 8.6% and 7.8% over a 5 and 10-year investment horizon. Returns in the recent 1 to 3 years are even much higher. I will now go to provide a quick primer on financing and securitizing real assets. When discussing financing, the right-hand side of the balance sheet is referred to. Corporate financing relies on the strength of the company's balance sheet. Project financing, which is more common for infrastructure projects, is borrowing on cash flows of the project. There are essentially two categories of capital, debt and equity. Debt have a fixed claim to the cash flows of a firm, while equity owners have a residual claim. Shareholders, equity owners, hope to maximize their returns in the form of dividends and capital gains. Lenders, on the other hand, are primarily concerned with the loss of loan principal and non-payment of debt services. Debt instruments also have more scope for financial engineering. Bond covenants such as maturity, seniority, security, amortization can be structured to the needs of investors. Infrastructure projects are financed predominantly by debt, with loans and bonds comprising 70 to 90% of total capitalization of the infrastructure projects. This is according to OECD 2015. Securitization provides an exit strategy for infrastructure investors and owners. In essence, securitization involves the creation of marketable securities from income-producing assets by using a special purpose vehicle, SPV in short. Anything with future cash flows, including mortgages, can be securitized. The SPV acquires the assets and is then listed on the stock exchange. Upon meeting certain conditions, the entity SPV could qualify for a REIT status, which then entitles it to a tax transparency status. A REIT is essentially a corporate entity that owns, operates, acquires, and manages real assets, including infrastructures. It does not pay corporate tax. Securitization involves slicing a lumpy asset into different tranches. It is like cutting up a whole chicken into different parts and then selling them to different consumers. But the question is, why should the combined value of the chicken parts be more than the value of the whole chicken? The fact is, different people like different parts of the chicken. Which part do you like? Okay. Slicing the assets into different tranches allows the risk that is inherent to all investments to be borne by investors most willing to bear that risk. And when investors are able to select the security types with the risk-return characteristics that best suit their preferences, each security can then be sold for the best possible price. Here is an example of a listed infrastructure funds involving mass transit in Bangkok, Thailand. In addition to tranching and matching risks, two other value drivers for securitization are: one, liquidity, by turning a lumpy, illiquid assets into tradable securities. And second, through efficient operation and growth strategies by professional asset managers to add value. By virtue of its name, REITs focuses on real estate assets. In this last section, we will explore the potential of adapting the REIT vehicle to finance infrastructure assets. This figure is extracted from a report by DWS, which shows that REITs in Korea are under-diversified as compared to the other global REIT markets. In US and Singapore, we do find REITs owning data centers and telecoms towers, which could, by definition, count as infrastructure assets. Now let's focus on US REITs. As of May 2019, there were 7 publicly traded infrastructure REITs with a total market cap of about $165 billion. One of them has since been acquired and taken private. Of the remaining 6, 5 own communication towers. These include American Tower, which I believe has to be one of the largest REITs in the world with a market cap of $84.7 billion. Here are 4 critical aspects of a successful REIT. 1, good physical asset, which is the underlying brick and mortar of REITs. 2, good management, which I think is the true asset of any companies. 3, good structure to bind management and shareholders to a mutual trust and common interest. And finally, a credible investment thesis and growth story to attract retail and institutional investors. Let me go through them one by one now. First, a REIT owns a portfolio of assets. The magnitude, timing, and risk of an asset's cash flows will determine its investment value, which can be defined in the formula as the present value of the future benefits from owning the assets. For real estate, returns come from the periodic rental income and capital gains upon disposal. Now, how about infrastructure assets? For the periodic income, I anticipate it comes from 4 potential sources: charges paid by the consumers, grants, concession paid by the state or subsidized by the state, ancillary income such as rental from retail space or advertisement space, and land value capture associated with increased value of adjacent sites. How about terminal value? First, it may not be easy for assets in strategic and highly regulated sectors to be transacted openly in the market. Second, how would you estimate the exit value of assets and concessions that have an expiry date? The bottom line is, regardless of real estate or infrastructure assets, the investors need to understand the underlying cash flows. I suspect many concessions on infrastructure projects are not granted in perpetuity. Hence, the question then would be, can assets with expiring tenures be securitized? This is like REITs owning industrial properties in Singapore that are built on state land with 30 to 60 years leasehold. At the end of the lease, the land reverts back to the state and the property worth will be reduced to 0. Now, another question is, can asset with volatile revenue be securitized? A good example would be hotels. Hotel revenue varies daily due to changing room rates and occupancy rates. It is also highly sensitive to seasonal and external factors as shown in the current pandemic. There are at least 7 REITs in Singapore that owns hotels. The trick to securitize hotel property is to create a master tenant or lessee who will lease the asset from the REIT and pay a fixed rent plus percentage of gross revenue for the upside. The master lessee is also responsible for revenue and expenses of the business, including the day-to-day hotel management. This structure provides stability to the REIT's cash flow so that REIT can pay stable dividends to their investors. Finally, the capital market generally penalizes REITs that undertake excessive development activities. In some countries like Singapore, a REIT's exposure to development risk is regulated. Hence, greenfield infrastructure projects that have no cash flows may not be suitable for REITs. Second, a REIT is an enterprise worthy of a valuation in excess of the net asset value of the property's portfolio. Real estate value is dynamic. Value can be destroyed, maintained, or enhanced by how you take care of the assets. The bottom line is real estate assets and infrastructure assets that are securitized need to be managed properly. For commercial properties, the goal of asset management is to increase rental and occupancy rate. But there is a limit to how much a manager can squeeze returns from an existing assets. What is the value proposition of an asset manager for infrastructure assets? From my understanding, some infrastructure assets are leased on triple net with minimum operating and capital expenses. Moreover, rents are often regulated and all tied to a long-term contract. Thus, I foresee the manager's ability to add value to these assets by proactively managing them may be limited. I have covered the first two factors of a successful REIT. Now let's go to the third and fourth factors. Structuring the REIT to align the interests of managers and sponsors and shareholders is important. For example, a REIT may continue to acquire properties or management services from their sponsors, while the manager is required to conduct such deals at arm's length. Conflicts of interest are inherent in such interested party transactions. And finally, what is the REIT story? REITs have traditionally been sold on their dividend-based income, diversification, and transparency, plus sustainable growth. REITs can grow their earnings by squeezing more returns from their existing assets, as well as by making wise, accretive acquisitions. It helps if the REIT has a pipeline of potential assets for acquisitions. I have earlier alluded that the value of a REIT holding leasehold assets may be affected by the decreasing term or the expiry of the land leases. Another way to add value for the REIT is to buy and sell assets at the right time and at the right price. But some infrastructure assets, I suspect, may not be bought and sold freely in the market. Let me talk about UCOs as a case study. UCOs were touted in the early 2010s as a new financial vehicle in the US for owning and operating power plants. Like REITs, UCOs allow the utility companies to spin off their renewable energy projects. At that point in time, UCO was labeled as a game changer that will enable spectacular growth of solar PV. As UCOs were subsidiaries of large independent power producers and developers, they have privileged access to a continuous pipeline of development projects. The sponsors were adept in promoting this growth potential, and the market bought the story. By mid-2015, there were 7 listed UCOs with a market cap of $17.8 billion. However, the growth model, which was dependent on continuous accretive acquisitions, was not sustainable. When they failed to meet earning targets, UCO stocks prices went on a downward spiral, with their market caps falling by more than 50% between 7 months. Today, all the UCOs have been acquired and are delisted. Another learning point from the failure of UCO is the misalignment of interest and risk. Investors of the UCO have 100% economic interest, but they do not have voting control, which is retained by the sponsor via the issuance of Class B shares that have 0% economic interest, but disproportionately high voting interest. To sum up, I have listed 4 key considerations on structuring a winning infrastructure REIT. Good assets, competent management, a fair structure to align interests, and a credible growth story. In summary, REITs can potentially be used to finance infrastructure projects, but this requires the definition of qualifying real estate to be expanded to include certain categories of infrastructure assets, as we have seen in the US. Alternatively, the REIT structure together with its tax status can be replicated for infrastructure projects. We could call it by another name, not REITs, perhaps not UCOs, but say Infrastructure Investment Trust or IIT. Yeah? I believe this has been done in India, and there are currently more than 10 to 15 infrastructure investment trusts in India. Brookfield, which is one of the global players in infrastructure investment, I believe have at least 2 REITs, 2 infrastructure trusts operating in India. Now, once the legislative and tax rules are set in place, the next hurdle is to motivate asset developers and owners to spin off their assets into the trust structure and then to be managed by professional managers. A word of caution here would be for sponsors to avoid overpricing and over-engineering a new REIT IPO. This is my last slide. Before I close, let me just make one more observation. If you look at the timeline of an infrastructure project, only core brownfield infrastructure projects are bankable because of their positive and stable cash flows. Divesting and securitizing these assets would allow the infrastructure owners, both the public and private sectors, to recycle their capital. Likewise, the Asian infrastructure investment banks noted that the availability of supplementary capital sources at the brownfield stage allow bank lenders to step out and focus on the greenfield projects, thus releasing the stress of the banks to fund infrastructure development across the entire life cycle. With that, I have exhausted my allocated 25 minutes. I thank you for the opportunity to present my thoughts on the prospect of using REIT vehicle to finance urban infrastructure project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Wee, for your very comprehensive and informative presentation on infrastructure financing. And please stay online for the panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to move into the panel discussion for the second session. Please join me in inviting Professor Jo Man at KDI School of Public Policy and Management to the stage, as well as Professor Yu Sung-dong from Samyang University, as well as Professor Marta Bastos from Hanyang University. And joining us online is Professor Hwang Min, professor at George Washington University, as well as our 2 presenters. So when you're ready, Professor Jo, you have the floor.
Okay, it is my great pleasure and honor to chair the second session. And I also congratulate the organizer, HUG, for putting together this wonderful venue. The topics are very much timely. And I think everyone will agree with me in that we are having a very enlightening afternoon, starting from Ed Glazer from Harvard. And in the first session, we had presentations and discussions about inclusive housing. And in this session, we heard two presentations, one about housing finance, the other about infrastructure finance. I don't think I have to emphasize the fact that financing is a powerful tool, mainly because its impact can be quite immediate and also potentially quite clear. So I think, the two presentations we had, just to have the sort of help setting the agenda, why don't I share my takeaways from the two presentations. From Dr. Kim about 전세 financing, there has been an increase in public sector guarantee in the housing finance sector. And what he proposed, essentially, is an alternative way of financing 전세 loans in particular. So in addition to the current scheme of the public sector guarantee, he proposed securitization. And securitization, as we all know, has two functions. First one is funding. Wholesale funding is possible. The other one is risk sharing between guarantor, investors, as well as borrower. So that's a promising suggestion, and I would like to hear from three discussants. I'm not constraining you to discuss that. But from the second presentation, we had Professor Uy from National University of Singapore, a good colleague of mine, and I appreciate he agreed to present in this venue. And what he's suggesting is also alternative way of financing infrastructure development and operation. In Korea, we have been relying on a particular financing scheme called PPP, Public-Private Partnership. We have a fairly large number of PPP cases. So what Professor Uy suggested is to consider alternative financing instruments, including REITs, as well as securitization. So that's my sort of short agenda setting for the discussants. And my role in this session is essentially a time checker. And we had a spillover from the first session, about 15 minutes. So, but I will try to finish until 6:10, around 6:10. And why don't we have about 7 minutes discussion for each discussant, and then we can have a response from, we can have a Q&A if time allows. We will have a Q&A, and then we will have a response from the two presenters. Okay, so with that, why don't I go to Professor Min Hwang, the professor at George Washington University. I believe it's around 4:30 a.m. in your time, right? So, sorry for pulling you. So, the Professor Hwang will focus more on the infrastructure financing side. So why don't you go ahead and share your thought?
Okay, first of all, thank you for inviting me for the thank you for inviting me as a discussant for this wonderful symposium. And I'm also glad that I can make the comments of the presentation by the Professor Uy, who was my the colleague, at the National University of Singapore. All right. So I think this is very timely topic. As you probably know, that a few weeks ago, a new infrastructure bill was passed in U.S. So in the U.S., there's quite high interest in investing in infrastructure assets. Okay, so the one thing that I probably just going to repeat what the professor we mentioned. One of the main problem of infrastructure is that there is a serious shortfall in funding of the infrastructure. One example is the current bill that has just passed in the States. That comes with about $1.2 trillion bill. The $1.2 trillion is not a small amount, but it's only about half of what the people believe the appropriate amount for the infrastructure now in the States. So it's very obvious that the current infrastructure investment needs a lot more than what the public funding can offer. So what is the current state of the private funding for infrastructure investment? About in the last decades, it was the institutional investors that have been actively participating in infrastructure investment. They usually include pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, endowments, and the insurance companies. The main driver, I think this is what the professor we pointed out, it seems to be kind of attractive investment returns, right? They're less sensitive to business cycle. They're less correlated with the stock markets. They tend to offer natural protection from inflation. And also those infrastructure assets tend to have a long duration, which matches pretty well with the liability duration of the many of those institutional investors. On the other hand, in particular REITs were much less actively engaged in infrastructure investment. In the US, the number of REITs specializing in infrastructure investment are quite small. The currently only 6 infrastructure REITs in the States compared to a total number of 220 in the REITs in the States. Now, that does not really mean that they are necessarily small. Based on the market capitalization, the infrastructure REITs are the largest group. The problem here is that they are mostly concentrated on particular industry. So, out of 6 the infrastructure REITs, about 4 of them seems to be all in communication, related. The communication related REITs. Okay, so one of the main reasons why the REITs are exempt from the corporate taxation, one of the main reasons is that the rule that there are certain type of asset can be held by the REITs only, and many of the infrastructure assets are currently not eligible yet. So for any REITs to be actively participate in infrastructure investment, the first line of business should be the scope of eligible assets should be expanded. Second point I want to make is that what is going to be the kind of optimal venue through which REITs can participate in infrastructure investment. They can participate as a single entity responsible for the whole process of investment. But I believe that the public-private partnership, what you call PPP, seems to be better arrangement, for the REITs participation. The PPP was introduced to infrastructure industry about 20 years ago. The main idea was to solve the funding problems. So in the best part of the world, I think the public-private partnership can be an optimal arrangement. They can deliver the public goals successfully by using the efficient private management. As the professor we emphasized, and I completely agree with him, The REITs are best suited for efficient property and facility management. They also have very excellent risk management expertise. At the same time, well-designed PPP arrangement can keep the expertise in line with the public goals of infrastructure investment. So I think it's an ideal participation venue. But I also have to admit that the public-private arrangement, the PPP, often fail to deliver and end up with construction delays and cost overruns. A recent report by McKinsey found that the public-private partnership often fails due to the different views on risk management. Because public and private entities seems to have different views on how the risks are managing, how the risk should be managed in managing those the infrastructure assets. So, for example, the private entity seems to focus more on the commercial and financial risk, but the public entities seems to put much less emphasis on those risks. The main problem here is that it might lead to a misalignment of incentives and poor risk management. So it's very important to have appropriate PPP arrangement to create enough incentive for the private entities' risk control and efficient management. I'm conducting currently a research project with Professor Mancho and Professor Soo-Shin Park, which look into the operating efficiency of public-private partnerships in Korea. What we found is that actual PPP contract arrangement between the governments and private entities matters a lot. It matters in particular for the operating efficiency of the partnerships. So for the REITs to maximize their contribution in the infrastructure investment, the ideal PPP contract should provide enough incentives so that they can engage in efficient management and the risk control. So in conclusion, I agree with the Professor Wu that the REITs can be an important player in infrastructure investment, and the public-private partnership seems to be an ideal arrangement for them. And most importantly, contractual arrangement that can maximize the REIT strength is most important. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It was exactly 7 minutes, so I appreciate your being on time. And the Professor Wu elaborated success factors of REITs and whether or not that's applicable to infrastructure financing, whereas Professor Hwang discussed some possible hurdles of applying that financing scheme to infrastructure. But then we all know that the PPP itself, the primary financing method in Korea, also has a problem. It can take a lot of time, and the risk management can be improved. So the whole question seems to be whether we can involve capital market more meaningfully for the infrastructure financing. So I'm very curious to hear the response from Professor Wu to the remarks made by Professor Hwang. Next discussant will be Professor Seung-Dong Yu, expert in housing finance. So he will be commenting mostly on the Professor Kim's presentation, the Dr. Kim's presentation.
Hello. Thank you for having me here. Well, I'm a novice economist who cannot discuss presentation without the slide, like other economists. Well, it is my honor to discuss the presentation of Dr. Kim, who is the leading economist at Korea Institute of Finance. His presentation was quite informative and appealing, I like his proposal of securitizing 전세 deposit loan. Well, 전세 is common in Korea. Its similar form can be found some housing market on the globe. But 전세 is different from them because we can find a 전세 rental contract in any local housing market in Korea. In the financial market, it's quite unique because I believe other countries do not have loan financial instrument such as 전세 deposit loan, which is quite unique in Korea. I think you are really familiar with this structure. Basically, a borrower who is to purchase a house wants to get a loan, money, from a bank or a lender, which is called originator in the secondary mortgage market, who issue mortgage-backed bond or mortgage-backed security. As she got a loan, as Dr. Chung said in Singapore, she has really good work ethic. She tried to pay back principal and interest to the lender. But from the perspective of financial economics, well, the key things that we have to pay attention to is the case when she is ill, she loses her job. Those cases, she failed to complete her obligation. So the mortgage transferred to the lender, eventually to the investor. We know the house is a bundle of right, real estate is a bundle of right. The bundle of right house has several rights. The borrower, who is the homeowner, has those rights. But in fact, if she does not have one of those, her mortgage will be discounted. Quite often, if she misses any of those, the mortgage cannot be transferred or securitized in the secondary mortgage market. This proposal of securitizing 전세 deposit loan is quite interesting, but it's a little bit complicated from my perspective. Actually, the loan is guaranteed by the HUF, and the tenant is a renter. Basically, she is a deposit owner. But the landlord is a borrower. In this system, the deposit directly goes to landlord, and if the borrower has some issues, the deposit directly goes to bank from landlord. So I think the borrower, tenant, has limited control on the right. She cannot sell the property because she's a tenant. And she cannot ask reimbursement of the deposit. There are so many legal issues that we have to handle. On the top of this, actually, as we know, recently, due to an amendment of Tenant Protection Act, rental contract could be extended up to 4 years. Basically, I think we have to handle those legal issues to securitize 전세 deposit loan. It's not a simple idea. In addition, I think 전세 deposit, from the financial economist, could be a zero coupon bond, but actually the contract period, 전세 contract period, is not the same as financial product maturity. This mismatch can be a hot potato because there is a risks associated with these hot potatoes. Someone should handle these risks, otherwise there could be an issue. And thing that I have in my mind is kind of strategic asset strategy or servicing issues that we have to handle, which means, well, we are really familiar with 전세 system, right? Growth rate for apartment 전세 deposit loan would be much lower than growth rate for the other types, such as like villa, row houses, multi-houses. And servicing for apartment or condominium, 전세 deposit loan would be much simpler than its counterparties, right? So, but in fact, what we know, probably if we want to securitize, loans can come from mostly from non-apartment deposit loan. So I think we have to handle this issue if we want to securitize 전세 deposit loan. I believe they already considered this component when they want to securitize 전세 deposit loan. Thank you. This is what I have.
Okay, thank you, Professor Yu. And he raised various institutional issues, including legal issues, as well as financial issue, that is cash flow. I guess the difference between mortgage loans and 전세 loans in terms of expected cash flows may be another detail to be worked out. So with that, I want to go to the last but not least discussant, Professor Bastos from Hanyang University. Professor Bastos is an urban planner by research background, and he will share the planner's view about these financing issues, focusing more on the housing side. Okay.
Exactly. So first of all, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here and to be able to give a view, not only from an urban planning and design perspective in this sense, but also as a potential lessee, let's say. So I really appreciate the presentations because it gave me the opportunity to understand a little bit more. And also, it added a sense of trust, for example, in the 전세 system for me. So my first introduction to the rental market system in Korea was actually as a potential future user of the rental market, right? And I was very intrigued by the complexity of the system, actually. And I couldn't understand it in the beginning, and I think I don't, having a foreign background, I understand you're very knowledgeable of the 전세 system, but for me it was, let's say, not that I was skeptical, but that I was very surprised, because our deposit systems, usually, the common known ones, is that we give, for example, 2 months rent, and that is, let's say, the risk we're willing to take when we rent that house. So when the introduction to the system came in the way, as in the introduction to the scale of the deposit, as for example, 50% of the housing value, that was very surprising. Also, the time limit, actually, the 2 years on the staying, and moreover, the trust. How was one depositing that amount into the hands of a lessor, right? And of course, there was other intermediaries, other players, other involved, as for example, the banks, but still, it was incredibly surprising. So, to me, right, in the beginning. So then I think in one hand, one needs to understand the urban developmental stages of Korea, especially, for example, of Seoul in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s, right? And that the system was, maybe especially for the international foreign students I heard were here, was specially developed so that, let's say, the lessee, it was a way of saving and escalating towards buying a house. And the lessor was then having the opportunity to reinvest and actually gain wealth. But in the current situation, right, I have many questions arise. For example, with the volatility of the markets, also the household depth, according, for example, to values of the OECD, and also the income, the middle, middle-class family income, average income. So then, of course, in my opinion, it is a paradigm shift, according to, even according to the urban developmental stages of, that the country has gone through. So then, acknowledging this, I wonder then, so for who is in who's a user of the rental market, but at the same time, the housing stock, how is the portfolio, right, within the Jeonsei system? And then we realize also with an aging society, then there's many variables. That's why it's also so complex, but interesting at the same time. One realizes that the allocation of wealth, right, is within certain parameters of age, right? And also, for example, even within certain areas and neighborhoods of the city. And one also acknowledges the square meters and the typologies that are, let's say, the average found within the rental market. Because when looking, one also needs to accommodate the standards of housing, right? So there is indeed, let's say, again, bringing it back to the potential lessee, a middle range is not as available within different opportunities of different methods of renting, being all the hybrid Jeonsei methods already used, right? So then again, the who. And when transposing that into urban planning and urban design, the who is incredibly important, right? Because again, as from the first presentation to the ones we just saw, the livability of cities depends a lot on the who, but also of the neighborhood. If the pressure on the middle class, and not even going so far as the low income class in the rental market, is that high, right? We are also having certain difficulties in designing our city, be it that we can then end up with enclaves. Specifically at this moment in time that a lot has been done already. So I think, for example, this discussion is very healthy and very useful. And I think it comes in a very pivotal moment with the COVID that we have studies in which we understand how certain urban environments are healthier, than others. Also, which populations have been more, let's say, targeted by this virus, unfortunately. So it has a lot to do, again, with the haves and the have-nots, as it was said in the first keynote speech. So my point being, again, coming back to the who. So our neighborhoods, and let's say, I'm not even saying only neighborhoods, but I'm saying even districts of the city, have a lot to have the possibility now at this time to envision a near future in terms of policies, right? A brainstorm about policies. And also about how we want them to see in the near future and in the long run. I think that's very important. My main concern then is that we have standardized areas with the same groups of users, then again the enclaves, and then usually we ask the people that are highly educated and that have the opportunities to then create solutions. But if we're not, then again, having this awareness of strangers, having these encounters within the realm of the urban structure within a city, that becomes more difficult. So in the long run, this variety, even in the building stock and even within the Jeonsei system, I think it's very welcomed. Moreover, to finish with how I started, the sense of trust, I really welcome warranties, right? The securitization of the process. I know it's quite complex, but for me, then again, as with all the being very humble about it, because I don't know all even the legal approaches to it. I think with the pressures in the user, the lessees, I think that is very important. So I really appreciated seeing the organization of it. My main question then, in order also to then plan and envision a city for the near future and neighborhoods for the near future and in the long term, is that within the systems, can a more, let's say, versatile building stock portfolio be inserted in this process of the rental market? Because as we saw in the first presentations, that was highly necessary. But I really wonder then to captivate lessees like middle class that actually generate a lot of city life. So I'm very curious about that. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Professor Bastos raised essentially the distributional issue related to Jeonsei system in general and the Jeonsei financing in particular. Okay, so we now had three discussants share their thoughts. And then I think we have time for one or two questions from the floor before we go back to the presenters. Anyone? I know it's late in the afternoon. Okay, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for very insightful presentations and discussion. I have two main questions. One is related to Sejong Administrative City housing, as I'm a student of KDI school. So my first question is, as I have observed, that as being is like a very new city that has been just started in 2014, I saw like many complex housing buildings that are like almost empty. Also like almost, how do we call it? A ghost, looks like a ghost cities. Is there any, sorry, is there any kind of a threat? I saw like there is a housing bubble risk in Sejong City. So is this related to also a Jeonsei system, or being it like a high over expectation when building the city? Like a, I would say like a poor planning in the beginning. And my second question is regarding student rental system. I know that even Korean as well as overseas students who are willing to study, who are willing to stay outside of the campus, also have to follow the same deposit system. And it comes with problems too for students with lower income families. So are there any kind of special programs to help students who are willing to stay outside? Now, like I know there is there's a guest house style room, but not that style, but just who is willing to stay in a 1-room or 2-room bedrooms. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think for the second question, we can discuss within KDI school later on. And for the first question, I saw that Dr. Kim is writing down something, so I will refer that question to him. Any other question? I think we can accommodate one more question. If not, then let's go to the presenters. First, Dr. Kim.
Let me use Korean again. 예, 질문.
So I received a lot of questions and comments on my presentation. And as for the presentation from Dr. Yu, as for securitization of 전세 deposit, it's not just securitization of 전세 deposit or 전세 down payment, but it is going through the securitization institution. So the tenants, they have to pay the interest for the 전세 loan. I have to dig further, but we have to handle the issue who's going to have the right of the property. I have to think further about that. But as for the 전세 loan, it's not about risk sharing, but it's more about funding by the guarantors, the guaranteeing agencies, because they charge for their guarantee. And if any problem happens, they pay for that problem. But there should be some time lag. So the time lag should be addressed by securitization as a form of funding. So that is one perspective. And when I told in my presentation, the 전세 loan is not standardized, and then it's a very small amount product. So many people, including me, would think or ask whether it can be a product. But if we rely on technology for that product, there should be the possibility of having the product for 전세 loan. And as for the other question, if Koreans are very familiar with the 전세 system, so in case of 전세 system, the risk is very high from the perspective of the lessee. So there's a high risk of lessee not getting back its down payment. But there are some vehicles or devices to guarantee that the lessor pays back the down payment. Like the lessee is getting the high priority in getting back the down payment. And the second question was about the Sejong City. I don't know how to answer that question. Sorry about that. That wraps up my answer.
Joseph, are you still online?
Yes, I'm online.
Okay, so could you respond to the comments made by Min?
Yeah, I thank you, Min, for your comment and the opportunity to respond. As I've presented in my presentation, infrastructure projects during the greenfield stage, they do not generate cash flows. And because they do not generate cash flow, it's very hard then to tap on the capital market if you are looking at investors, institutional investors, pension funds, insurance companies, the nature of their required returns are steady cash flows. There must be the cash flows and low volatility, right? So there's a reason why PPP then is the traditional and popular way, together with the public sector as well as the banks. Together, they form the capital providers in the greenfield projects to be built to lease for a period of time and operate as well or manage. So that is the nature of it. But there are increasingly more sophisticated institutional investors or even sovereign wealth funds that may be bold enough to invest in infrastructure assets directly, okay, using co-investment platforms. They probably have a team of expertise in-house that is able to evaluate and analyze the risks, okay, much more than when you talk about REIT securitization of the infrastructural incomes. It is generally more towards the core assets, whereby their cash flows are much more stable. I hope I've answered that, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Joseph. Then I think it's about time, so we can finish, but if allowable, I have a couple of short remarks. The first one is about alternative financing method suggested for both housing as well as for infrastructure, including REITs and securitization. On the HUF's point of view, I think the organization may seriously consider alternative ways of risk sharing. In the current guarantee form, it is essentially HUF who takes most of the credit risk. But if you think about the MBS, mortgage-backed securitization, the Housing Finance Corporation in Korea, they are sharing the risk with investors as well as borrowers. So a similar risk-sharing scheme would be worthwhile to consider on the viewpoint of HUG. Also, the HUG has both H and U. U is urban, so the infrastructure should be getting more attention going forward. So what would be the efficient infrastructure financing method that can rely more on the capital market? I personally believe that's an important issue. In terms of housing finance, I want to go back to the first session. In fact, two presenters in the first session, Deputy Secretary Winter, as well as Dr. Chung from Singapore. For both US and Singapore, their housing-related financing scheme reflects a life cycle strategy. How we can promote home ownership or make home purchase more affordable, especially for young people. I think our housing finance system, as well as public guarantees related to that, should have more focus on the life cycle strategy. Singapore story we heard very well, but that's very similar in a sense to the US strategy. Because in the prime mortgage market, the catchphrase that is been frequently quoted is 336 lending, meaning that the purpose of prime mortgage market in the US is to help those who are in their 30s to purchase home with a 30-year maturity fixed rate mortgage And then when they become 60, they can pay off principally and use the home equity for something else. So that's a very sort of implicit but quite clear strategy in both US as well as in Singapore. So that's a very, the significant implication that I got from this seminar. So with that, thank you very much for all the presenters and discussants, especially Min. So you can go to bed. Okay, so that's it. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Cho, and also for eloquently summarizing the key takeaways from our forum this year. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our moderator, speakers, and panelists once again. Thank you. So this brings us to the end of the 8th International Forum on Housing and Urban Finance. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our moderators, speakers, and panelists for their invaluable contribution, as well as all the participants who are joining us here at the venue, as well as virtually through our online platform. Well, with this, ladies and gentlemen, I bid you farewell, and I hope to see you at the next International Forum on Housing and Urban Finance. Hopefully, we'll be able to see you in person next year here in Seoul. Thank you and goodbye. And there's just one housekeeping announcement for our VIP guests who have been invited to the official dinner.